All right. Hey, what's up, Clappy Coon? I'm doing okay. Hope you're doing well. What's up, Tassadul? Gonna do some chill crafting and fishing today. Remote carps. Because I need money. I need gil. And moat carp are still a nice, consistent way to just sit and fish and make a little bit of money while you do it. But I need to make bait. So we'll do a little bit of cooking, crafting first to make the bait. And then do some fishing. So I've got a stack and a half of distilled water, half a stack of earth crystals, 23 little worms. I need million corn. Million corn, little worms, and distilled water and earth crystals. And if I remember correctly, I can get million corn from Rambroy's Grocery. Suppose I could look that up before I get there. Oh no, it's not Rambroy's. It's from Benage. Southern Sandoria F7. Hey, what's up, Nick? Bone. This is F7. Where are you, corn merchant? Oh. Actually was targeting them for a moment. Right there. How do I get to you? Hey, Fishbones. Hey, Blush Hottie. Are they actually here? They are here. They are part of Rainbroys. There we go. Buy some corn. Buy some more water. I think somebody around here sells little worms. Was it you? No. You want rabbit hides. Little worms. Luciane in F8. Ah, right here. Little worms. Hey, Shadow Noises. Hey, Cola Man. Thought this game was condemned? Final Fantasy XI is still going strong 23 years later. There are still updates to the game on retail servers. And there are very active private servers like Horizon, the one that I'm playing on right now. There is 2,218 people playing on just this private server right now. This game is still very much alive and well. Hey, Ram Ranch. Played and gotten 2 levels, but I don't know where to go next when I get to 10. Been popping on and off. That's okay. Even at level 10, you're mostly still going to be leveling... If you're solo, you're mostly still going to be leveling around Saruta Baruta. Most things are going to be like easy prey at that point, but that's just kind of the idea. You just want to quickly and easily clear a bunch of easy prey. Need to grind money for better gear. Whenever you're logged in next, I can give you some starting money. to help you upgrade your gear a couple times as you level. I need money too, which is why I'm actually gonna be doing some crafting right now. I'm making fish bait with my cooking character, Pazuzu, and then I'm gonna be fishing up some moat carp with Vivity, my fishing character. Little worms, million corn, some more water. Hope gear isn't too expensive in this game. At low levels, it's not too bad. As you start getting to higher levels, that's a big part of the game. You can't just spend all your time leveling. You've got to spend time doing other stuff to make money and be able to afford all of your upgrades and things that you need. For a melee class like warrior, you're going to want to keep up with your weapon and your armor, of course. For a spellcaster, your armor and stuff is not as important, but you have to buy spells. You have to buy pretty much all of your scrolls to learn new spells. So it's not the kind of game where you can just focus on like one aspect of it. You can't just grind levels. You gotta do other stuff. You'll have to do quests, you have to do missions, you gotta make money. It's usually good to pick up a craft. It's not necessary, but I feel like it's a good thing to do. Hey Shinra. Spells around level 34 are running me around 15k per scroll now. Some of them get very expensive. Trust me. I'm, let's see, what level am I? I'm 21 ninja, and I do want to level up ninja more on this character at some point. But one of the things that I'm avoiding it a little bit because of is how much stuff like Utsusemi ni usually costs. Spells get very expensive. Certain jobs have really expensive gear as well. And jobs like Ranger and Ninja are very expensive in general because Ranger, you have to constantly buy or make your ammunition. You need to make arrows or bolts or bullets or whatever you use. And ninjas have to make or buy ninja tools to be able to cast their spells. So they're very resource heavy. Very expensive jobs to play. What am I checking for? I was looking for earth crystals if I had any more stashed on these other characters. Excited to get teleport spells soon? Yeah, that's my ultimate goal with my Pazuzu character. I want to get them leveled up far enough to get all of the teleport spells, because that'll make it very easy for like teleporting people in our group, in our like link shell and community around for missions and quests and events and everything. And it's also another way to potentially make money. You can hang out in major cities like Juneau or any of the starting nations, and people always need, like, you can see people shouting right now. Shiro in Port Juneau just shouted, teleport Hala, you know, can I have it? And usually if you offer to teleport somebody like that, they'll pay you a little bit. Not always. It's not like required, but it's generally accepted. If somebody takes the time to like teleport you, you throw a little bit of money their way. So you can actually make money once you get teleports, hanging out in the cities and just basically being a taxi. Okay, no other crystals and stuff on Vivi. Can't run consumable reliant characters, the survival hoarding kicks in. Trust me, I'm not good about it either. Ninja I'd make an exception for because Ninja is at the very least like really fun to play. Ranger, I don't have that much fun playing Ranger on top of it being a super expensive class, so like I don't ever really play very much Ranger in Final Fantasy XI. And Grove Sleeper, thank you for the 9 months, by the way. Getting paid. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you. What time is it for everybody? It's 1 p.m. 1 p.m. for you, Ram Ranch. It is 8:30 p.m. for me. This fine Sunday evening. Okay, and I've got some more earth crystals here. Good stuff. That should be enough. So, earth crystal, water, worm, corn. A bunch of insect paste. Gonna make a bunch of insect paste, and then we're gonna go fishing for some moat carps. Hey, Vanguard. And hey, Vaughn. All those effects just to squish some bugs. Just to smash up some worms with some corn. We're literally just putting worms and corn with a little splash of water into a blender. And then rolling that paste into little balls. Think I threw up a little. I mean, we both grew up fishing. You know how gross fish bait can be. Corn and worms mashed up into paste is pretty tame compared to some other fish bait out there. Enjoy fishing, but the damn crabs steal my bait. They will do that. Hey, Kuma. Side note, Requiem is easily your favorite Resident Evil game, story-wise and gameplay. It's very good. It's very, very good. I don't know if I would call it my favorite, but it is top 3, I would say. I'm still a really big fan of Resident Evil 2 Classic. RE2 Classic is, in terms of like classic Resident Evil, just such a fucking good game. And then in terms of the more like action-y games, the OG Resident Evil 4 is honestly hard to surpass. A lot of that is my nostalgia brain. Like, that's just my bias. I love those older games from that era. But Requiem is very, very good. It's very, very good. It's hard for me to decide what would be like my favorite of kind of the newer Resident Evil games. It's very close between Resident Evil 7 and Resident Evil Requiem. How do I start fishing for money? Do I need higher level to unlock the areas first? Nope. You can start fishing pretty much right away. I'll put a link in chat, and I'll also put it in the Horizon channel in our Discord. But here is a very good guide. This is the same guide that I'm actually using while I level up fishing. Because it's a little bit different on Horizon compared to how it was on retail back in the day. But yeah, so it tells you right off the bat things you need to know about fishing for Horizon. To start fishing on Horizon, you need to have at least one job at level 15. So once you get to level 15, you'll be eligible to start fishing. You're already in Windurst. The fishing guild is in Port Windurst, so you're in the right city, starting nation, to start fishing right away. It's another reason I like starting Windurst pretty much every time, because I always like doing fishing. And then yeah, you'll be able to start fishing pretty much right away. Just with some fish bait and a basic rod. You can start catching moat carps and skilling up and making money. And even though I don't get skill ups off of moat carps anymore, they're still good to fish just for money, which is what I'm going to be doing. Let's send this fish bait over to Vivi. Got 156 insect balls. Pretty good. I get it's an old MMO, but I hate how equipped gear still takes up an inventory slot. Yeah, that was another thing that I was kind of realizing. I don't mind that as much in because like when I play Valheim for something a little bit newer, Valheim works the same way, where you have a very limited amount of inventory space, and all of your gear, all of your weapons, your food, everything like that all takes up space. So it's like inventory is very precious in that game, and I'm realizing like, yeah, I'm already kind of used to that because of Final Fantasy XI working the same way. But yeah, inventory space is very precious in this game. Thankfully, eventually you're able to work up towards things that help with that. Like you've got the wardrobe system. So you can see here, like as you progress through the game and get missions and major milestones done, you open up more and more spots for your wardrobe. And your wardrobe is gear specific storage. It doesn't hold anything except for gear. But you're allowed to like swap this stuff in. I've already got some insect balls over there in my wardrobe, so I'm gonna go ahead and like pull those out into my active inventory. Since I'm about to go fishing. So there we go, 181 insect balls total. Should be able to catch a lot of moat carp. Where do I want to fish? Let's go to Walls. I like this little area of Windurst Walls on the way towards the auction house. Had the old Radica 90s bass fishing handheld game. Unks remember. I do remember. Unlocking some core memories, actually. Am I not meant to have any new gear yet, though? I got Monk to level 11 so far. You get a new gear set at level 8. I might actually have some of it on this character because I use it still for Samurai. Yeah, so this set. The Tekko for your hands. I can just go to the auction house. But yeah, there's a level 8 set of gear. At level 11, you might already be at the next set of gear. But I can show you really quick periodically what you want to do if you need to buy new gear and if you need to upgrade stuff. So either here in Windurst Walls, and I'll open up the map to show you where I am because this is the auction house right here. Either here in Windurst Walls or in Windurst Woods, just go to the auction house. You'll be able to see them on your map. It's on the very south end of Windurst Walls. Just a little gavel icon, and it'll be labeled. So there's this one, and then in Windurst Woods, it's on the east side of Windurst Woods. Just look for the auction house. Go over to the auction house, up to the auction counter, and hit enter. And then in the upper right, go to bid, and you can see weapons and armor, scrolls, medicine, furniture for your house, materials for crafting, food for eating and getting buffs, crystals for crafting, random other stuff, usually quest items. But what you want to do is go to like armor, for example, and let's say you're looking for a new main body piece. So go down to body, and by default, it's going to kind of be all over the place. What you want to do is just give it a second to load the full list. Hit enter on any item, and then when this pops up, hit sort. And that will sort everything by level from highest to lowest. So you can see like level 75 stuff is at the very top, and then the further you scroll down, you get to the lower level stuff. So then just scroll all the way down until you get to the stuff that is highlighted yellow. And that's all the stuff that is within your level range that your job is able to equip. So then you can kind of decide what you want from that list. And keep in mind, sometimes just because something is higher level equipment doesn't always make it by default better. So, for example, like I'm on Samurai right now, and I'm level 12. So at level 11, I could get this brass harness that's 10 defense. Right now I'm wearing green scale mail. So that's level 11. The scale mail that I'm wearing is level 10, but it gives 11 defense. So it's already 1 point better than the brass harness that's available at level 11. And then I'm level 12 right now. At level 13, I can wear the power gi, which is 12 defense and gives 1 strength. And I've already got one of these. So you'll want to look at stats and kind of compare and contrast how much defense something gives. If it gives you extra stats like strength, which is very good for monks. So, and this is a lot of the way gear sets work. They're limited to certain jobs, and there's a lot of gear pretty much throughout the whole game, all the way to 75, that is set up like this. So if you're playing monk, almost all of your gear sets are going to be shared with samurai and ninja, which is useful if you decide to level up those jobs. So like if you get monk up to level 30 and then you decide to unlock ninja or samurai, keep all of your monk gear that you used while leveling up monk, because if you plan on leveling samurai or ninja, you can use it all again when you level those jobs. My fishing gear on. And we'll catch some fish right here. Thank you for the tutorial. Better than anything I could Google today. Yeah, no problem. I don't mind helping people out and answering questions. Especially when I can just a lot of times easily just show you in game. Much better than just trying to like read a guide that's text only, or even some YouTube stuff out there. Can be kind of... My level's too low to fish. Oh, right. You got to be on a level 15 or higher job to fish. Whoops. I gotta go change off a samurai. I thought you just had to have any job at 15 or higher. And then it doesn't matter what job you're on while you're fishing. But apparently you need to be on the job that's 15 or higher. Used to be very underweight due to anxiety, then got on meds that made you super hungry. That's so crazy because it was like the exact opposite for me. When I started having my health issues and they put me on some anti-anxieties, blood pressure meds, and SSRIs, that was almost a year ago now. Pretty much exactly a year. I didn't want to fucking eat anything. And I wound up losing a bunch of weight. Switch over to Beastmaster. Technically shouldn't be enjoying the odd beer, but mental health hasn't been the best. It's all good. I understand, man. I go through a lot of the same things. Don't mean to make mental health chat. Was just talking to Vungard about anxiety. It's all good. I'm perfectly open about those kind of discussions. I try to be open about that stuff because it's part of my identity. It's also, you know, part of who I am, for better or worse. Like, I also deal with mental health issues, depression, anxiety, things like that. So I never want to make that feel like something that's to be ashamed of, you know, or taboo to talk about. A big part of why getting help with mental health is so difficult is because it's been such a taboo thing for so many people for so long. So, I'm all about being completely open about that. Awesome. First catch of the day, Rusty Bucket. Should make some room in inventory for fish. Hey, it's Vaughn. Let me get you a link pearl. I'm also going to give you 5,000 gil. That should help you pick up your next gear set and weapon. It didn't go through? You cannot trade with Firelord Vaughn at this time. Do you have inventory space? Make sure you've got inventory space for the pearl, because that also takes up an inventory slot. Go to your inventory, hit the plus key on your number pad, and then sort by auto. I would also suggest going to your main menu by pressing the minus key on your number pad, going to config, select gameplay, and then down here at the bottom, underneath inventory where it says sort, make sure that's turned on. That way you'll automatically stack items of the same type, and your inventory won't get so cluttered, because I'm guessing your inventory is probably full if the trade didn't work. That's usually what it is. There you go. Trade complete. Lots of random mob drops. Yeah, you're going to have a bunch of stuff. And a lot of it is going to be worth it. A lot of the stuff you can get from the Windurst, like, if you've been fighting around Saruda, you're going to want to hang on to Silk Thread, save those up, sell them as a stack. You're going to want to hang on to Beehive Chips, save them up until you have a stack of 12, and then sell it on the auction house. That's all stuff that people frequently need, and it's decently priced per stack. Beehive Chips, I think, are around like 4,000 a stack. Silk Thread is like 9,000 a stack. So those you want to keep. Crawler Calculus, you can turn in there's a quest that's repeatable infinitely, where you just have to trade 3 of them to an NPC. So just save them up, and whenever you have 3 or more, go and trade them to that particular NPC, and you get 600 for every 3 of them, 600 gil. It adds up fast because you tend to get a lot of those if you're farming a lot of crawlers. A lot of the other stuff you can probably just sell to random NPC shops for fast gil. But Yagudo necklaces. Yagudo necklaces are another good one. Save them up to a stack of 12, and then you can either sell them on the auction house, or if you plan on doing like ninja or samurai later, you're gonna, even as monk, you're gonna want to level up your fame for a particular area called Norg. Basically, the more quests you do for different regions in the world, the more well-known your character is to the NPCs. So they'll offer you more items at lower prices in the shops and things like that. It makes other quests and things available to you that you can't get to otherwise. So fame kind of plays a big role in your long-term time spent in the game. But Yagudo necklaces, you can trade them in as a repeatable quest for a little bit of gil and some fame, which can be kind of hard to come by. So because people usually buy them up a lot for that fame quest, they're also good to sell on the auction house. So whichever you want to do with it. You can trade them in. It's nice to build up the fame, but you don't get as much money for them. Or you can sell them on the auction house and just get a lot of money for them. And then later on, when you need the fame, you just farm them up again or buy them off the auction house, whichever you want to do. Only did the one quest so far for a piece of headgear. Yeah, there's a lot of decent starter quests around Windurst. It's not always gear that you need, but some of it is just decent to have, just to fill a slot on your character equipment. Like, there's a pretty easy quest where all you need to do is have a Rarab tail, which is a pretty common drop from the rabbits in Saruda. And if you do that quest, you get a what's called the Justice Badge. I might have my Justice Badge. Yeah, right here. So you get the Justice Badge. It's a level 7 neck piece that gives you 3 mind. which is very good for white mage, but even if you're not a white mage, it also gives you 1 defense. So, +1 defense in a slot that would otherwise be empty is better to have, you know, for any job. That's going to be another rusty bucket. Hey, dating. And hey, Peoples. Did you see what I... Just saying this, you're playing right now. Leveling Warrior in East Saruta Baruta. Okay. I just caught up with your message in Discord. Let me know your in-game name. And I can go find you in Saruta and bring you a Link Pearl real quick. Don't want to derail what you're doing. I mean, I'm not doing anything right now. I'm standing around catching rusty buckets instead of moat carp. And yeah, dating, this is on Horizon. We're playing on the free private server. Right outside where the zone transitions by the gate. Well, there's 3 different gates. There's the one from Port Windurst, the one from Windurst Woods, and the one from Windurst Waters. Do you know which gate or which zone you left from? Very southern one by Woods. Gotcha. So that's the Leviathan gate. Oh yeah, and Vaughn, don't forget to actually equip your Link Pearl. And then we can easily chat in-game. Make it a little bit easier since we've got a few more people playing and getting into this game again. Get blues. Level 6 warrior already. Good shit. Thanks for being the gateway in for me. I've wanted to play for years. Anytime people thank me for getting them into Final Fantasy XI, I feel like I should be like, I'm sorry? I'm sorry if it eventually consumes your life. Yeah, kill that rabbit. and top off your health. Got some buffs for you. And a link pearl. So you'll just want to open up your menu and accept the trade. And I'll give you some starting money as well. Wait until everything is in there and then go to OK. You're good now. You're all set. And then you'll just want to hit menu and go to link shell. Select Nothing Masters and then equip link shell. And you're all good. You have it's an old MMO. You have to literally keep the physical link pearl in your inventory to be able to like chat with the rest of the link shell in game. But yeah. As long as you have it in your inventory, you can easily talk in game. And if you want to like change your chat, you can select your own character by pressing F1 and press enter, and then select chat and go down to link shell and hit enter, and then that'll be your default way of typing anytime you hit space and just like say anything. You can also just type /L and then type whatever you're going to say, and it'll be in the link shell. Let's catch some carp. Got any more of them link shells? I got link shells for anybody who wants one. Got thousands of hours in 14. This isn't something I didn't already do to myself. That's fair. As said, I put in probably close to, not quite 1,000, but probably close to like 800 hours into 14. And I just, it's not for me. Not for me. It just makes me want to play this game. The absolute best parts of 14 just make me want to play Final Fantasy XI instead. For auction house stuff, should I bid at or around whatever the price history suggests? Yeah, if you want to almost guaranteed get something, just bid whatever the most recent auction that it sold for, like whatever that price amount was. So if the most recent one sold for 1,200, you can just bid 1,200. Sometimes, if you look at how many, like the number next to the item showing how many are up on the auction house, if there's a lot of them, like more than 10, there's almost always going to be at least one person who's trying to undercut, because whoever's price is, like, whenever you place an item up for auction, the lowest priced one always sells first. So if you put up something for auction for 500 and I put up something for 401 and somebody buys it for 500, mine sells. The one that I put up for 401 gets sold for 500. So a lot of times people are trying to get their stuff sold faster, so they try to undercut whatever the last price sold was. So when you're bidding for stuff, you want to try to take into account that people are most likely going to be undercutting if there's a lot of them on the auction house. If there's only like one or two, there's probably not going to be anybody undercutting. But if there's a lot of them, people are going to try to get theirs sold faster than everyone else. So there's usually at least one person selling that's trying to undercut. So you can maybe try for like, if the last one sold for 1,500, you might try and get it for like 1,300 or 1,400 or 1,401 or, you know, something like that. Double blind bidding, kinda. It's instantaneous if you bid above an asking amount. Yeah, it's just instant. Once you make a bid that is at or above the lowest price item up for auction, you win the item instantly. Yep, you just bid and try to find the lowest price that somebody is selling something at. Bad feeling about this one. Dude, I am apparently not going to catch any... I'm using the wrong fucking bait. Alright, I'm going to run over to the auction house and kind of give an example. Since I'm playing every Final Fantasy game since 1, I'm looking to play this one. Still official servers, and of course a legal way to play them, but not shy for alternatives, since mostly in to play the main story. So there are still retail servers. It's still a per month service. It's like $13 a month for Final Fantasy XI on retail. If you're just looking to experience the story, retail is probably the way to go. You can solo all the way up to level 99 just using the trust system, and you can speed through the missions and the storyline completely by yourself at your own pace. Excuse me. Completely by yourself at your own pace. And get through it pretty quickly compared to private servers like the one that I'm on. Where the alternative is it's free, and if you do play on Horizon, you can join our community, and I will absolutely help get people through missions and get people through story who want to get through it. But it will still take much longer because you won't be able to do very much solo. You'll pretty much always need to rely on other people being on and playing. So if you're looking to just kind of play it as a single player Final Fantasy story experience, you could probably pay for a month of retail servers, and as long as you look up some guides and things for how to level your class and what quests and mission lines and everything you need to do, you can do it all realistically within a month, like maxing out your character level and running through all the main story. If I sell my stuff, do I have to claim the money from the haul, or does it go right into my pouch? You claim it from your Mog house. So you go into the residence and talk to the Moogle, and you'll have a delivery box. Anything that you sell on the auction, if it sells, the money goes to your delivery box. And after a certain amount of time, I think it's like 20 days, if your item doesn't sell, it gets sent back to your delivery box. But yeah, I was going to show like kind of an example of bidding. So like, let's say I'm going to get some more insect balls. So there's 83 of them for sale. And they're selling for 3,600. The last 3 stacks sold for 3,600. And then the stack before that one sold for 3,500. So 3,600 was the last one sold, but some were selling for 3,500. So let's try bidding 3,410. And you can see you were unable to buy the insect paste for 3,410. So that's too low. Somebody doesn't have one sold or priced that cheaply. So let's try 3,450. Didn't go. Let's try 3,490. Didn't go. So let's just go 35. Didn't go. So there's no stacks at 35 anymore, even though 4 stacks ago on the for sold list there was. So that was one person selling just, you know, a few stacks of it slightly cheaper to try to sell them faster, but the rest of them are all priced higher than that. So then you can go like 35.10. Didn't get it. 35.50. Didn't get it. 35.90. Didn't get it. So most likely the only ones up right now are for 3,600. So that finally gets it. So 3,600, even though there's a lot of them up for sale, they're all kind of at a set price. But that's kind of how the auction house works. If you want to just almost always guaranteed get the thing that you want without having to go through all of that, by all means, just look at the last price sold, try that first. It'll almost always work. If you want to save a little bit of gil here and there, try to take advantage of people undercutting and make little slightly lower bids. And as hard as money is to come by in this game, sometimes it's worth saving 50 gil or 100 gil, especially if you're buying a lot of a particular thing. It adds up over time. The game within the game. There are many, many games within this game. Sort of like me doing the fishing game right now. I'm fishing, I can't emote. Oh, is that you, Shinra? Saltelia? Got you. So far the game has such lovely atmosphere. It really does. Like, Final Fantasy XIV has better graphics, but I don't like the overall art style as much as Final Fantasy XI. And I will say something, feel free, I don't know enough about what is considered hot takes within these communities or not. But in terms of just armor design, I know that you have all the glamour and everything with Final Fantasy XIV, but I feel like armor and clothing designs from 11 are so much better than 14's in general. There's obviously less room for customization, but just the core armor set designs and stuff, I feel like are so much better in 11. But yeah, I love the atmosphere. I love the music. It's very good in 14 as well. But a lot of that I tend to prefer 11 as well. Don't need that. Is 14 more futuristic? Prefer the classic Final Fantasy games over the futuristic ones? Both games are a mix. Both games are, like, similar in that regard. I guess 14 is slightly more futuristic compared to 11, but 11 also has, you know, super advanced technology fantasy areas as well. 14, I guess, has more of them, but they both do kind of a blend of that. Because 15 has cars? Yeah, I mean, it's not quite to the level of having cars. 14 also has cars, technically, because of Final Fantasy 15 based mounts. So I guess 14 would be more futuristic just because it involves a little bit more of that stuff. There's some of that element in 11 as well, but you don't really see it until much later. Early on, it feels much more like you're in a little gnome village, you know, that they share with the cat people, or you're in a classic old-timey castle pavilion with all the elves, or you're in Bastok that was carved out of the mountains into the mines. It's basically Moria. So it feels much more of that, like, old world fantasy element. But eventually there are kind of more futuristic sci-fi elements that get incorporated. First impression of 11 so far is it reminds me of EverQuest. Yeah, it's got definitely more in common with kind of the older MMOs. It's funny because I played EverQuest a little bit before I played Final Fantasy XI. Rusty Sublegear. Kept the roots of Chrono Trigger, it seems. And much like Chrono Trigger, eventually there's also time travel. It's not going to be on Horizon anytime soon, because they're still working towards Treasures of Odd Urgan, But then the expansion that's after Urgon is Wings of the Goddess, right? I'm trying to remember release order now. I'm pretty sure that's Wings of the Goddess. And in Wings of the Goddess, you literally go back to the past versions of all of the main starter cities and everything like that. You go back in time to witness major key events of the War of the Beastmen. Where you actually like participate in the history that all of the story up till that point has been talking about. Really cool expansion. Shadow Lord already kicked his butt? Yes, but you get the heartbreaking story behind who the Shadow Lord was before they became the Shadow Lord. It's actually really good. I love this game's story. Yeah, exactly. You don't get that in 14. He's just a guy. He's just a big bad guy. He's so much more than that in 11's story. Eldnarshe was a fun-ass fight in 14, though. I never did that fight in 14. Fighting the Juno princes in 11 is a pain in the ass. I remember that. How do you know you are encountering a story quest when talking to an NPC? That's the neat part. You don't. There's a lot of NPCs that you don't even realize are giving you a quest when you talk to them. Some of them barely talk to you, and you don't even realize that you're like flagging a quest or setting something up for... Like, there's literally some things that are like that. That's why there's a shit ton of guides and things for everything in this game. The easiest way to, at least almost every time you are doing anything that's affecting like a quest line, if you open up your menu, press the minus key on your number pad twice, your secondary main menu, you do have missions and quests. So missions are going to be like main story quest that you're doing. It starts off for your starter nation, and then it eventually evolves into bigger arcs. You can see there's like separate stuff for the expansions, for Zillard, for Promethea. But then you also have quests. So you can check what are your current quests, and they're sorted by area. So you can see like these are all the ones I've got from Windurst that are current that I need to complete. These are the ones in Juno that I still need to do. These are ones from like random other places. Outlands. So. Ruins quest I got is one of these. If you talk to one of the guards at the gate, and they give you like a mission. When you say ruins, I'm guessing you're talking about probably this, Harutoto Ruins Experiment. And you can always double check that to kind of sometimes tell what you're supposed to be doing. Yeah, so that is your first main story quest. That's your first starting. That's your first starting area mission. So, you have to go talk to the NPC at the Orasteri. See, there's a lot of stuff that it doesn't always tell you. And this is why, like, most people, even very familiar with this game, you'll still want to have, like, a guide up. Like, I'm pulling up Horizon Wiki just for this example. Because, yeah, you can check the mission description, and it's like, okay, the Minister of the Orasteri is conducting an experiment. Inquire at the Orasteri first, then go assist him. So it's like, okay, where's the Orasteri? You could just run around Windurst and keep checking your map until you find which section of Windurst it's in. But it doesn't just tell you. And you don't get, like, a big quest marker pointing you in that direction. You're meant to, like, explore and learn your starting nation and where all the major facilities are. I need to quit catching the rusty stuff. And what's up, Hirimi? Clicked the stream earlier and never unpaused the player in the tab. Been playing 14 with your friends who just started, but after you make some food, might jump into this and Google getting story done. All Final Fantasy all the time here lately. Hey, I've been feeling it too. I've been feeling it too. I've wanted something kind of comfy and chill. After having played the masterpiece that is Resident Evil Requiem, I kind of don't feel like playing other horror games right now. I kind of want to play something different for a while. And this has been a real comfy, cozy game to always come back to. That's going to be a rusty thing. Good chill game gets you into the right mind space before another game. Yeah. I was going to do Fatal Frame 2 Remake, but I'm less enthusiastic about it now that people have been playing it and reviews have been out. Because a lot of people are having some complaints about kind of the gameplay and the balance, and supposedly a very good looking game for a remake. And Rachel played a bit of the demo. I watched her play the demo. But you only get kind of a very small chunk of it. Loving seeing how much 14 borrowed from 11. Yeah, Final Fantasy 14 has a lot of Final Fantasy 11 in its DNA. And a lot of stuff just directly copied over. Fatal Frame 2 Remake not that good, apparently. That's a shame. I mean, just the combat, from what I've been hearing. Like, apparently they needed to hot patch because so many people complained about ghosts kind of being ridiculously tanky and fights just taking way too long. And Maxi was talking about it the other night. Maxi Lobes. He was talking about it the other night on his when he was doing Requiem speedruns. Somebody had brought up Fatal Frame 2, and he was saying that they really skimp out for how long the fights took. They don't give you nearly enough film, basically ammo. Because it's like, for him, he didn't mind the longer fights. He didn't mind the ghosts kind of being more tedious and tanky. But he just kept running into the issue of they don't give you enough of the better film to deal with it. Enemies constantly healing themselves, making counters take like 5 minutes for a base enemy. Yeah, that's a little much. I could see that being a problem. Give me the carps. RE9 was so good. Yeah, Cypher. It was very good. Eventually, I'll come back to it and play it again. Give Insanity Mode a try. I want to check out the alternate camera perspectives. Very curious about going through Grace's portions in third person, more so than Leon in first person. Like, I feel like that's a little easier to understand, but I feel like Grace's parts in third person would be interesting. Because that's probably what I'll do for my New Game Plus run. Or second playthrough, whatever you want to call it. Is I'll probably keep Leon third person and then just switch Grace over so that the whole game is a third person experience. Kicking ass now that I've got an actual weapon. Yeah, it makes a big difference. I forget that when you start Monk, they literally don't give you a weapon. You're just bare fisting it. They don't give you a pair of cestas or anything. That's crazy. Because almost every other class, if you like the class you start as, they give you a starter weapon of some sort. You get like a starter wand or a starter sword or a starter dagger. Warriors get a fucking great axe. Although Monk, don't you get a free waist piece? Do you start with the white belt? Okay. I'm like, I know Monk has to get something if you don't get a starter weapon. That's right. Doing Grace's part in third person on your second playthrough now. Really like it. Never did the third person Ethan update in 8, so it's a nice new experience. Yeah, when I played through 8, I did that all in first person. But I don't know. As much as I thought the first person was fine for Grace's parts, I feel like I would like third person more. I just kind of like the third person perspective in horror games more in general. I tend to prefer that over first person. I'm not one of those people who's completely against it. There's a lot of people I know who get motion sickness and stuff like that with first person games and just cannot play them at all. I'm not like that or anything. It's just kind of a personal preference thing. I like being able to see my character and see how they react to things. To me, that's a much more interesting element than like, ooh, the immersion. It's like, I don't really... I've played enough horror games. The first-person perspective for the sake of immersion doesn't really immerse me. Just hate getting snuck up on in first person. I mean, that's kind of the idea of it. It permits more scares to happen because you have such a limited view that they can basically implement more jump scares throughout the experience. So for people who, you know, legitimately don't deal with jump scares and stuff very well, it makes the game a lot scarier. I'm a old, jaded, hardened horror nerd who doesn't jump at that kind of stuff. So the first person perspective doesn't really do much for me in terms of like making the game scarier. I would rather see how much detail there is in Grace in those scenarios, getting snuck up on or getting scared or getting caught by an attack. Like, I'd rather see all of that happening to the character model rather than from just the camera swinging around wildly and things popping up loudly. Gonna need Pinhead ASMR whispering in your ear what sights he has to show you for you to get spooked. Speaking of which, Yami, Rachel and I, the other night, we watched the new, like, there's a new behind-the-scenes developer interview type thing for the Hellraiser game that's coming up. And I don't think I'm going to be, like, I really want to play the game, but I don't think I'm going to be able to put that on YouTube. There is a lot of gore and there is a lot of nudity. And I already got flagged for like part 2 of my Resident Evil 9 playthrough. And I don't even know what set it off. But it got marked for like as restricted content. Like accounts that aren't verified 18 or older can't even see it. And that was just something that happened in Requiem Part 2. I don't even know what that is. I don't even know what set it off. Chunk's ass? Did I get too close to Chunk's ass? And YouTube was like, can't be showing the children that. So what you're saying is private Discord streams? I'll still be able to stream it on Twitch. Say what you want about Twitch. Twitch has a lot of fucking issues. In fact, there's new issues that are even more stupid that just recently came out. I'll get into that in a second. But at the very least, in terms of like mature content in games, Twitch is like, as long as it's not a flat out fucking porn game and you're not just standing around ogling and emphasizing like nudity, then it doesn't matter. You can stream it. You'll be fine. So I'll still be able to stream it on Twitch. It'll still be archived on Twitch for as long as Twitch will allow. But I don't think I'll be able to put it up on YouTube. I would have to edit so much of it that it might as well just be a giant blur. Gonna do a cam hack playthrough of RE9 to look at some out of bounds stuff. I don't know. Maybe. Usually I don't know. As good as Requiem is, I'm still just like... Silent Hill is a different kind of obsession that compels me to do stuff like cam hacks that I just don't feel towards Resident Evil. So while there was a lot of cool stuff in Resident Evil, in the environments, and there's probably some neat stuff to look at with like a free cam, I'd probably just wait for Boundary Break and other channels to do it and then watch their videos. It's not the kind of thing I would care enough about wanting to do it myself, you know? God, my throat is so rough today. I went outside just for a little while. Rachel and I were cleaning out our cat's litter boxes. And we took them outside to, like, after we emptied them and threw everything in the trash, we took them outside to, like, hose them down and scrub them out and everything. And just being outside, there's enough, like, pollen and stuff in the air. Got me all stuffed up. And it's draining into my throat. Is Townfall this year? Townfall is this year. We don't have a release date. It's probably not this month. But it is supposed to release sometime this year. There's zero confirmation of any actual release date. Just, they've said 2026. Dog and you are my favorite Silent Hill players. How much y'all love the series comes through so clear when you play. Yeah. The homie 3Dog. That's a big part of why I've been a big fan of 3Dog stuff for such a long time. because he was one of the first streamers that I started following and regularly watching on Twitch. Like, back before I even had the Nub Zombie account, like my streaming account. When I was just viewing and watching stuff. Three Dog was one of the first people that I'd followed. And the more I'd watch him and hear him talk about Silent Hill, like when he plays Silent Hill and when he plays Metal Gear Solid, so many of his thoughts on things and feelings on things and interpretations of things were very close, if not exact, to how I was about them. So I was like, this guy gets it. This guy's good. Speaking of your last bug problem, might not be ladybugs, but invasive Chinese ladybugs. It is. It's the invasive species. I just say ladybugs for shorthand. But yeah, it is. It's for sure just the invasive species. They get mixed in with ladybugs that are released into crops to try to help with pests and stuff. And there's a lot of farms and agriculture and stuff around where we live, so they migrate over from the farming fields and come through. How crazy is that? Three Dog. We were literally just talking about how Three Dog is the GOAT when it comes to sucking balls. Three Dogs. What's up, Three Dog? Thanks for the raid. I know everybody's going to leave immediately because I'm playing Final Fantasy XI and I'm just standing here fishing for carp. But thank you so much for the raid. I'm Nub Zombie. Most people know me for, like, horror and Silent Hill. But it's Final Fantasy XI time. This is my me time. We're fishing in a 23-year-old MMO. Because it makes me feel good. But that's so funny. We literally were just talking about you. Because you were one of the first streamers I started following on Twitch back in 2010, 2011. And I've always been a fan of your streams because so many of your thoughts and interpretations on Silent Hill games and Metal Gear Solid games are very close to my own. Bit late on the raid, ended your stream a few minutes ago. Bit of a ghost raid. Hey, I appreciate it either way. What were you up to, man? What were you playing? Camp some Spippy, show them the real action. Yeah. Instead of standing here casting the fishing rod over and over. We could go stand in a field and kill the same crawler over and over until a bigger crawler shows up and then doesn't drop the thing I need. The real excitement. MGS2 Big Boss runs? I need to replay the Metal Gear Solid series. It's been too long since I've gone through them. For a very brief period of time, I was trying to learn the MGS2 speed run. But that game is a rough run. Now that 4 is going to come to PC, definitely going to run MGS on stream. Yeah, I hope it's really done well. I hope it's done well. If nothing else, I've got a PS3. We have a PS3. I can always, if I play through the series again, I've got all the OG copies, all the OG versions here. If they ruin it, it's all over for me. We just got to get you set up with RPCS3. Because it's really good. It's actually really good on PlayStation 3 emulation. And the emulator is still updating. It's getting better and more stable pretty regularly. Still remember watching your brother play MGS2 and 4 back in the day? Blew my motherfucking mind. Those games were definitely mind-blowing for the time. Like, playing stuff like Metal Gear Solid 2 was one of the games where, when I was just going through the tanker before the game even came out, and I was playing the demo, that was just the tanker mission. Seeing how you could, like, shoot and break every individual bottle in the little bar area and shoot, like, all the magazines and have them fall onto the floor and then, like, turn a page. The fact that so much of the world was interactable and would then be interacted with by, like, the guards coming by and noticing that something was different in the room, that something was broken, that a magazine was on the ground, that there's a bullet hole in the glass, that they notice. That type of stuff in a game during that era was just crazy to me. That you could make so many things all interactable, and that they played such a big role in what was going on in the game. It was genuinely just like, wow, this is what the PlayStation 2, the power of the PlayStation 2, this is the type of stuff that it's going to be capable of. And then Metal Gear Solid 3 arguably pushed that even further in some ways. But by that point, we had kind of gotten used to seeing games do that type of stuff, even within just that short span of a couple years. Oh my god, I broke my line. I'm not paying attention. Bad feeling. Used to play that demo more than other full games that you owned? Same. It was so good, and there was so much stuff to find in it. There were so many different things to play around with. Like, as you started figuring out interactions, where it's like, oh, here's all the stuff that you can do with the locker. You can get in the locker, you can get out of the locker, you can crouch in the locker, you can push your face up against the locker, you can put the guard into the locker and hit the locker and break the door. And it's like, how many different things can I do with just this one object? And then you start playing around with everything else. Like, oh, you can flip over the rails here. What does that let you do? What if you do it on this part of the boat? And, oh, look, there's a little hidden item back here. There was so much stuff. So much stuff in just that little demo, and just so many little interactive pieces. Like, nothing felt like it was just background. The way so many other games up until that point in time were designed. You know, your background felt so separated. Your level felt so separated from your character and other NPCs. Like, there's only so many things that you can interact with, and they're usually very clearly marked. MGS2, that demo, made it feel like, if you can think it and try it, there was something programmed in the game designed around the player trying that or doing that. And it almost always had some sort of response, something there designed to happen for the player. It was just so impressive. Death Stranding and Peace Walker enjoyer activates the mule in me. Yeah, if you're a Death Stranding enjoyer, you'll definitely love running on foot from major city to major city in Final Fantasy XI. Coming back to this game, I was realizing why I enjoy that aspect of Death Stranding so much. I was like, you know, this makes sense. I spent a lot of years doing very similar journeys in games like Final Fantasy XI, where it's a very long walk that you have to do on foot. Eventually you get your Chocobo license and your mounts and stuff, and teleports and warps, and it gets a little bit more, you know, faster to get around and do stuff. Although Death Stranding is a similar thing, where you get your, like, fast travel with Fragile and the Magellan in DS2. But until you get to that point of sort of expanding your ways to travel, you're just going from place to place on foot. So when you're, like, running to Juneau to get your Chocobo license, and you have to do that run on foot and prepare your journey and map out your route so that you know what regions to run through to get there, and you've got to avoid all the dangerous enemies that are aggressive, that will absolutely destroy you because you're such a low level trying to make that run. But that's a part of this game, is like traversing the dangerous world, and they really make it feel like long traversal. It feels like a long, dangerous journey. If I was to try out Final Fantasy XI in today's age, how would I go about it? So there's retail servers and there's private servers. I'm playing on a private server. This is Horizon Final Fantasy XI. This is completely free to play, and it is basically Final Fantasy XI Classic. it's a specific era from this game's past. It's like the 2005 era. 2005, 2006 era of this game. So this version of the game, your maximum level is level 75. And currently there's only like the first 2 expansions. And the game is designed to be extremely difficult, practically impossible to progress by yourself. There's a little bit of soloing that you can do at the very start of the game and for certain things that you do. But for the most part, almost everything, leveling up, getting missions done, doing quests, almost everything requires grouping up with people. So it's very community driven. So this is like a very specific era of the game that not everybody's going to necessarily be interested in. Retail servers, the maximum level is 99. Obviously, it's all of the current updates and expansions, which there are a ton of. So it's a lot more content rich. And it's designed to fast track you to endgame. So you can play solo with NPC party members called trusts all the way to max level cap, all the way to level 99. And you don't really have to start grouping up with other human players until you hit all of the endgame content, kind of after you finished all of the story stuff. So it's 2 very different experiences. For me, this classic era of Final Fantasy XI, the community-driven, level cap 75, it's a lot more difficult. It's more of a struggle, but it makes the milestones and achievements feel much more rewarding because you have to put in so much extra effort to like make stuff happen, and you're not just spending your own time, but also the time of other people who are potentially helping you. So it's one of those things that makes the victories very sweet and the losses very painful. Am I a 14 enjoyer? 14's okay. I mean, I played Final Fantasy 14 for probably around like 8 or 900 hours. Because I was in the beta for Final Fantasy 14. I played 1.0 for Final Fantasy 14. I was there for the reboot into Realm Reborn, and then I played relatively consistently for a couple years after that. But I dropped off very heavily, pretty much entirely, because every time I play Final Fantasy 11, I'll play it for really invested for like 2 to 3 months, and then I'm like, this game just makes me want to play Final Fantasy 11. Why am I not just playing 11? And then I start playing 11 again. And then a year or so will go by, and I'll be like, I should give 14 a try. And go back to 14 again, and try 14 again. And I'll reactivate my account, and I'll play it very heavily invested again for a few months, and then be like, I just want to play 11 again. They'll have some quest or some mission or some character or some monster or some instance fight where it references something from Final Fantasy 11, and I'm like, oh man, I just want to play 11. And then I'll just start playing 11 again, and the cycle continues. So after that back and forth over the course of several years, I think I'm finally done going back to 14. I think I'm officially done playing 14. If I get the itch to play a Final Fantasy MMO, it's this one. I choose this one. Hey, Ram Ranch, welcome back. And yeah, for all the big talk that I've had about this MMO, I'm clearly showcasing the most exhilarating and amazing parts by standing here and fishing today. I wasn't even really planning on streaming today. But I was like, I'm going to log into Final Fantasy XI and claim some money, see if some stuff sold on Auction House. Maybe do a little bit of fishing. And then I saw that somebody in our Discord needed to get a link pearl to join our link shell, basically our guild. And I was like, okay, I can log in and make sure these people get their link pearls. So here we are. This is one of the best parts about this game, let's be real. I'm a sucker for fishing. Even simple little fishing mini games like this. I'm a sucker for this kind of stuff. I've been playing Final Fantasy XI for so many years. And I've spent a very large chunk of those hours playing, just doing exactly this. Standing in one spot and fishing. Just got some leaping boots? Nice, Cypher. Was there a bunch of competition? I feel like I always see like 5 or 6 people hovering around Leaping Lizzie. But that's awesome. Congrats. Couple people out there, just good to know your treasure hunter isn't broken. No, your treasure hunter is fine. It's me. I'm the unlucky charm. My bad luck cancels out any treasure hunter ability. Haven't heard the name Leaping Lizzie in so long. Isn't there a Leaping Lizzie in 14? I know there. I feel like there's a lot of the notorious monsters in this game make appearances in 14 through different little things. McNuggy. There's a lot of 11 DNA in the Eureka area of 14. Yeah. Spippy's in 14 for sure, yeah. Oh, is that you, Cypher? That's your alt? Hell yeah, McNuggy. Oh, I wasted my dedication buff. Oh well. Met Pazuzu and Cassie in 14 was through Eureka. You didn't know about Pazuzu before that? It's a reference to The Exorcist. I need to take a really quick break. I need to grab some water. I'm going to get a snack. So I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. Got some cold water and some zebra cakes. ASMR zebra cake opening. Zebra cakes are amazing. I don't really have them very often, but lately my wife has been on a kick for zebra cakes. So we've got them in the house, and I just wanted something sweet to snack on while I'm sitting here fishing. Leaping Lizzie is an S-rank hunt in 14? That's what it was. What's funny is she can drop moldy boots that are described as follows. These boots appear to have been valuable at one point, but have degraded past the point of any worth. Yeah, it's literally referencing the leaping boots that Cypher just got, which are also not valuable technically. They're good boots. They're worth having. But back in the old days of Final Fantasy XI, you were able to sell them. They changed it and made it so that they were a rare EX drop instead. So like they're still very good. They're good to have, but you can't sell them for money. And then by the time you get to 14, they're apparently moldy. Rare EXs from the BCNM on here. Leaping Lizzie drops the rare version. So the ones you got... Oh! So they are still valuable on Horizon. Horizon has it the other way around. Because on retail, isn't it flipped? Where Lizzie drops the rare EX? Same with Valkyrie Emperor. Oh, interesting. I didn't know that. So they are still very valuable on Horizon. Which makes the description in 14 even funnier. But yeah, they changed that on retail. Did you look at any of the Final Fantasy XI Alliance raid stuff in 14? It's wrapping up in the upcoming patch with the final raid. People talked about it during the last, like, yesterday or day before, when I was streaming Final Fantasy XI. So I actually went and looked some of it up. I mean, it's cool. It's always fun seeing, like, these recognizable enemies and characters and locations from 11 being very faithfully recreated in 14. It makes me wish we could get a Final Fantasy XI, like, remake where I don't want any of the gameplay to change. Nothing about it needs to change mechanically. Just use Final Fantasy XIV graphics. I mean, there's already some visual graphic upgrade packs and mods and stuff like that to kind of get close to that if you really want it, but I don't know, it's cool to see. It's cool to see. It's not cool enough for me to start playing 14 again to, like, participate. Hearing Fighters of the Crystals in 14 must have been cool for the 11 old heads. Oh, no doubt. They know how to play to that crowd. They know how to play to the nostalgia of that crowd. Like, I was part of that crowd that made that jump from 11 to 14. But for all the people playing 14 that stuck with 14, that must have been some really cool callback. Some nice nostalgia. Me, I prefer my nostalgia from the source. Instead of playing 14 and being like, oh, I love seeing all this Final Fantasy 11 stuff in Final Fantasy 14, I go the other direction where I'm like, I'm just going to play 11. Just going to actually play the game that I'm nostalgic for. By the way, Nub, not on topic and kind of late, but did you search about R7X, about the Hell gas station engine in Silent Hill 1? I remember your comment after the iceberg, but I did not find anything in terms of, like, what you were talking about. like, I've seen multiple people comment about the gas station car engine. But the thing is, like, there was people mentioning, like, oh, it was part of the ambulance ending theory. And I'm like, I was around for the ambulance ending theory. I was around the forums and the community at that time. And I don't remember there being anything about that engine being part of it. And I couldn't find any forum posts or any evidence of that ever being the case. And there was, like, way later, like years later, somebody made a fake ambulance ending, like, video that was, like, edited. This is, like, super early YouTube days, but many years after Silent Hill 1. And that didn't have anything involved with that engine either. So there's people commenting under the video like, oh, it has to do with the ambulance ending, but in my memory of that, like, when those theories first started and, you know, rumor mill spread around different forums and different parts of the community up until that YouTube video, the faked YouTube video, like, none of that had anything to do with the gas station thing. And then you had mentioned in the comments about the R7X thing, but, like, again, I did my research before making the iceberg, trying to find anybody talking about the engine in that gas station, and I never came across the R7X stuff that you were talking about. So, I don't know. Man. Quit giving me rusty sublegear and rusty buckets. Give me the moat carps. Give me those moat craps. Stop giving me terrible feelings. All I'm getting is terrible feelings and rusty things. Why are the carp all gone? Who's catching all my carp? Who is stream sniping my carps? What am I fishing for? Moat carp. Moat carp to sell for money. I've got 4 stacks, almost 5. Bad feeling. Give me carp. Finally. If you have the Ronfar OP, the pond there is a great spot to fish some carp. I might go try that instead and see if my catch rate's better. See, now they're popping up. Plus, then we get to listen to the Ronfar music instead of the Windurst music. Don't get me wrong, I love the Winder's Town music. Absolutely adore the Winder's Town music. But Ronfaure is one of the best songs in the entire game. One of the best songs, if not the best song in the entire game. Always made starting in Sandoria so enticing. What I would usually do, almost every time I play this game, when I'm making a new character, I start Windurst. And I'll stay Windurst up until I get to the point where I'm doing mission 2-3. And then once I go to Sandoria for that leg of the mission, I level all of my other low-level jobs in Ronfaure. While I'm there in Sandoria for 2-3 anyway. I'll just spend some time staying in Sandoria and level all of my other low-level stuff up to 10 or whatever. Just because the music is so good. I don't mind Saruta. I like Saruta's music. And leveling in Saruta is honestly better for money, I think. But the music in Ronfaure is just... it can't be beat. It's the best song. Sanctuary of Zeta is a very close. That's the other song that I had in mind for like best song in the game. Best like area music. Like both Ronfaure and Zeta. Many times I have sat out there and AFK'd and just fell asleep, like went to bed with that music playing. Terrible feeling. All right. We got some more carp. Now we're getting terrible feelings. I've still got 154 insect balls left. Sitting here talking about Ronfaure. Let me sell these carp. And then we're going to Ronfaure. Okay. 34 to 3,500 a stack. Put mine up for 3410. I don't have room. What is still taking up? All these stupid Pipiras. No. These are just not going to sell. Nobody buys them. Nobody eats the cooked ones. Like, I cooked a bunch of them just to have some cheap backup food for a few jobs, but managed to unintentionally photobomb your stream before you moved? What? Were you there? Was there a Tassadul? Do you want a link, Pearl? But yeah, I just have too much of these Pipira fish. That's what I've been leveling up on, what I've been skilling up fishing on. But they're kind of worthless. Okay, now I can sell these carp. And go outpost to Ronfar. You were standing on screen being lost? Didn't even know until you glanced over at the stream? Gift for you from Big Minx. From Big Minx? From who? Black Mage, Dark Legacy, Selbina Crypt, Dojinshi. Angler's Boots? Is this one of you, or is this just somebody? Thanks, Big Minx. The White Box Angler's Boots. Signed by Big Minx. Well, that was nice. Just handing out some signed and upgraded Angler's Boots, courtesy of Big Minx. I feel like I owe a favor to a mob boss or something now. The way that transaction went down. Big Minx is gonna be sending me a tell.
Mike, I need you to do me a favor. I need you to MPK this particular Galka who's gonna be on the boat to Selbina in 2 hours. Now I'm stuck on downloading data and can't get back in. Starting up a VPN fixed it. I don't know. Might be something kind of weird going on with the servers. Added some links to the comment. All right, thank you, Vanguard. To run far. I'm assuming it's the night well, where you can catch carps. I think I actually may have leveled fishing there on carps for a little bit. Oops. Hold on. We're pumping up the jams. There's a lot of other people here fishing too. Instant carp, first cast. We're in business. Oops. Sorry, adjusting my mic. The power of new boots. Like, I mean, technically, they both just give fishing skill +1. But this one gives 2 more defense. It's got a white box on the image. And of course, was a gift. Signed by the Big Minx. The conspiracy is that the white box fishing gear gives more gold arrows. I love it. I love how that's still a thing. That that kind of stuff existed back in the day because there was limited information on just what we knew, like how a lot of the systems worked. Some of it was like data mined by like Japanese players, but then sometimes stuff would change and nobody really knew how stuff worked for a long time. Do you know if it's possible to have the camera not fall to the ground when in combat? You can press H to just lock off so that you're not locked onto the enemy. And you should be able to just rotate and move your camera normally, if I remember correctly. Actually, no. Just lets you move. Doesn't let you rotate it. Don't know if there's a camera setting. There might be like a mod. Mouse and camera. Camera view, normal, face cam. Third person camera. You can change inversion. Turn on and off screen panning. Doesn't look like you really can. Although, I don't know if there's like an extension. There's a lot of extensions and stuff for Horizon. There might be something for that. It's just nothing that's ever bothered me, so I've never looked into it. There you go. Thank you, Cypher. There's an add-on called 11 Camera. Lets you zoom way out if you want. I should probably look into that too. It's not too big of a deal for most of the time when you're playing this game, but when you start fighting some of the really big things, that can be really useful. Because fuck the default camera when you're trying to fight like Gembu or KB. Can also turn off the auto lock on target. I don't think the lock on is the problem though, Spike. Because like, even when I target an enemy and then manually lock off, you still don't have camera control. Like, it still sort of drops and does that little camera movement. Which I think is what's bothering Tassadul. Yours is a free cam when you turn that option off. Maybe that's an extension. Maybe that's the 11 camera add-on. Like cameras more when they don't try to enter my butt while I'm fighting for my life. Yeah, it can kind of feel like that sometimes. Is that not a default? Add-on that you can load? Or I'm probably typing it wrong. It's probably just /11 camera. If anything. I mean, I guess you can, if you're using mouse controls, you can kind of do that. I never use mouse when I play this game, so I didn't even realize it. Mookie makers over there releasing moat carps. Something you need to download separately. Sus, imagine using a script to automate the best part of Final Fantasy XI. Some people, they just don't know how to enjoy life. Once you said you only use keyboard and not mouse for 11, stopped using it too, and frustration with movement improved. It's definitely a your mileage may vary thing, because everybody's got their preference. I've had friends who only play this game on controller, like they hate trying to play it on keyboard and mouse at all. I've had friends who play it utilizing the mouse a lot more, and actually map a lot of functions and things to like extra mouse buttons. So a lot of it is definitely personal preference. The more you play the game, the more you, depending on how much you want to invest in like making things as comfortable or convenient for you, you just kind of figure out what'll work for you. And for me, I've just always preferred keyboard only, no mouse. 11 UI has some pretty crazy stuff on it. Can map out your macros and actions like 14. Yeah. I don't know. I got used to playing this game on a fucking PlayStation 2. So I'm just not used to doing anything really that's outside of what's baked into the game by vanilla. So the most I'll do is like equipment set macros tied to certain things. Like my main classes, my main jobs that I play in all of my years are Red Mage and Black Mage. So it was a lot of like changing to my enfeebling gear, and when I go to cast an enfeebling spell, changing to my, mind gear and my light staff when I'm curing people, and casting refresh, and like all of that sort of jumping back and forth, swapping HP and MP gear whenever I'm converting, and that sort of thing. Swapping out elemental gear when I'm doing ancient magic, and timing magic bursts and stuff like that. So that's like the extent of what I do with a lot of macros. But even all the way up into endgame, there's a lot of stuff that I just never macroed, that I just do manually. I'll just set up my inventory in such a way that I can, if I need to swap a piece of gear, I can do it really quickly manually, or just manually opening up submenus with shortcuts, keyboard shortcuts. It's basically the same as a macro, I guess, but I don't know, one extra button press. Don't use it, but have seen some screenshots of people's setup. Just use a controller with the good old macro buttons. I mean, I'm sure it's one of those things, especially if you tend to come from more modern MMOs first and then get into 11. It can be really convenient to just map everything out, so you just have those really quick button combinations to do what you want. But my majority of my experience in this game was doing a lot of stuff very manually, very on hands, with just kind of the limitations of what the macro system allowed by default. Like, if it tells you anything how I play this game, I'm not even using a fishing macro. I could literally just set up a macro right now with /fish and /wait, so that I can do multiple casts and just push Control 1 and sit here and it'll do my next however many casts for me, unless I catch something. And I don't even do that. I type /fish, and then I just do spacebar, up arrow, enter, to repeat /fish. For me, it feels more like I'm playing a game that way. It's just comfortable to me. And I'm actually just sort of doing something. I'm hitting buttons. And making choices. Like a Final Fantasy game. Getting all the ferocious bites. Stop ferociously biting my line. $124 more pieces of bait. Another thing to keep in mind, there are Vanna times when the fishing pools add stock. That's true. I never really check that stuff. I don't really like using sources outside of the game. Although, with that said, I do have my Final Fantasy XI clock from back in the day. It's at my mom's house in Texas. I need to get that from her at some point. But I had my actual official Vanadil clock where you could set it and synchronize it so that you had your real time and your in-game time all synced up. So it's like if you were sitting around waiting for Fire's Day or keeping track of NM windows and stuff like that, you had your physical clock. Dude, same. Just got yours back from your parents' house a couple months ago. That's awesome, Cypher. Yeah, I've still got mine. Mine's somewhere back at my mom's house. I need to get that, and I need to get my Windurst flag wall light. I have a, I might even have a picture of it. Hold on. Got a Windurstian flag light up wall thing. Because I think I saw it in one of my old photo folders somewhat recently. I saw it on my computer somewhere, like just a few days ago. Got your power gi on? Nice, Vaughn. I got one of those for my samurai for when I hit 13. Oh, here it is. So there, it's like a little light up Windurstian flag that you can mount on the wall. So that's still back in my mom's house. I need to grab that. whenever I get a chance to, whenever I can afford to get back to Texas. Or whenever I can pay Hirimi to load up a truck and drive a bunch of my stuff over here to Georgia. I've got a bunch of old screenshots from when we used to play back in the day. Sorry, I just found all my stuff. I was telling a story about one of my previous streams where I used to play with Clockwork, the one of the best Marvel vs. 2 players in the world, and he played as a character named Clockette. So there's our old link shell. We all got together and took a picture. I think this was one of our friends' in-game weddings. It was. This was one of our friends' in-game weddings. So I've still got a bunch of old screenshots. From that. Here's an old one with me and Hirimi and some of our other friends. I think this might have been like right after we got you airship access or something. Probably around like 2008 or 2009. Actually, it should be on the bottom of that screenshot. 2007. And another one leveling out in Qufim Island. Yeah, most of these are from like 2007, 2008. Oh wait, now I know who Kazaki is? You definitely met Kazaki in real life. I thought you were joking when you said that. That's so funny. Thought Kazuki was a dude in your old link shell because recognized the name. The connection was still in the brain. But yeah, that was Mark. That was one of our good friends. Outside of, obviously, like, our real-life friend group, I think Clock was the only person in our link shell that I ever met in person. I talked to Milamber a few times on the phone, and I actually felt really bad. I felt really bad one time because Milamber was a really good friend through the Link Shell that we played with for like years and years and years. And Milamber had gotten the Lu Shang's fishing rod. And after many years of playing, Milamber eventually like quit the game and was like, I don't want the account to go to waste because of all the jobs and resources and things that I've got on it. I still want the Link Shell to be able to utilize the character. So she gave me the login info and I took over paying for the account. And she was like, you can do whatever you want to do with the account. The only condition is, do not sell my Lu Shang's fishing rod, because if I ever come back to the game, it's only going to be to fish. And the one time, I think it was maybe like 3 years later, the one time where I was like desperately low on funds and I was funding a Link Shell event that I didn't have enough gil to cover. And I was like, I can sell the Lu Shang's, cover the event, we'll sell some Dynamis currency, and I'll buy it right back. She called me while I was at work and was like, I wanted to log in today. And she hadn't logged in or played the game in like years. She called me at work and was like, I wanted to log in and I can't find the Lu Shang's. I just want to fish for like a little bit. And I was like, I sold it to cover Dynamis runs, but we're going to sell currency and I'm going to buy it right back. And she called me a jerk face. And she meant it jokingly. Like, it was like she understood. And I've been called so many worse things in my life, but I don't think anything in my life has hurt as much as being called a jerk face in that moment. Because I was just like, oh, I know, I'm such a jerk face. I fucked up. Like, why is it this time, like the perfect timing? The like one day where I wouldn't have had the rod is when she chooses to log in after like 3 years. But I like logged in and sold a bunch of my gear and bought it back right away. And I was like, you can fish. I got it back. That feels like some kind of setup. I wouldn't be surprised if someone in the Link Shell saw like my account name or saw me selling it or found out about it and told her. I would not be surprised if somebody told on me, and that's the whole reason that she picked that one day. I hope I feel this way about my Final Fantasy XIV screenshots in 10 years. Dude, we were just looking at screenshots that are almost 20 years old now. We were just looking at screenshots from 2007. It's 2026. What is my life? What is time? Yeah, I've lost so many screenshots over the years. There's a ton of Final Fantasy XI screenshots that I didn't have access to anymore because they were just saved through the like Play Online screenshot manager folder thing, and I couldn't recover them from my account. And all of my old computers, I still have a lot of those hard drives. Like, all of those should be somewhere in a box in Mom's garage, probably. Because I'm like, eventually I'll get them and pull all the data off of them and get all my pictures and videos and things from those days. And then they just get tossed in a box and I never touch them again. Time ceases to exist as you knew it once you exit your 20s and enter your 30s. I'm preparing to enter my 40s, so time has lost all meaning. I had a bunch of Final Fantasy XIV screenshots and stuff too. Because a lot of those people from that screenshot, from our link shell in 11, I wound up playing 14 with a lot of them too. About to be 42 years old? That's fine. As long as I still have the physical and mental capacity to do so, I'm just still gonna be here playing video games. Whether I'm streaming it or just doing it to do it. This is just something that I've enjoyed for so much of my life. Always been very passionate about games. That good old comfort game. Not even necessarily just comfort games, just games in general. Not even necessarily just video games. If we enter into an apocalypse, which we very well might be, when all the nukes start going off, if we survive in a fucking bunker and there's no electricity, no batteries, no technology for video games to exist, we will still be playing tabletop games. Like, games would still be a part of my life. We'd be sitting there in the fucking dark, rolling for initiative. There are studies that show playing video games can reduce the chances of dementia up to like under 30%. I like them odds. You can't fish at the moment. My insect bulb's broken. I broke my balls. think specific ones that focus on brain training and focusing on cognitive speed. You mean this doesn't count? Does fishing in Final Fantasy XI meet that criteria? Because, I mean, I played a lot of Brain Age on the DS back in the day. I'm sure that counts. I should probably get back into playing, like, some rhythm games. I really want to get back into DDR, because I feel like that would also help me be healthier and exercise more than I typically do. Because I have a hard time motivating myself to, like, go outside and walk around and get in steps. But if I had a DDR machine or a good metal DDR pad setup, I feel like I would actually get off my ass and play that even on days where I don't feel like walking outside or walking on a treadmill. But the problem is, DDR stuff has gotten so expensive. And I play DDR enough that, like, those little cloth pads are just not good enough. I mean, honestly, those things are terrible for any level that you play DDR. Whether you're a beginner or beyond. Miss your old metal pad? Yeah, I miss mine too. I miss mine too. That was one of the first things we ever did together. That was literally one of the first things we ever did together, was you brought your pad over to my house. I think that was literally my 16th birthday. And you brought your metal pad over to my house for the first time, and I had my metal pad, and we did, and we played DDR. That was my 16th birthday. My good friend Hirimi came over. I say good friend, like I barely knew you. But the gauntlet for playing DDR was thrown. So we had to throw down. "22 years ago. It sounds creepy. I was hanging out with a 16-year-old. Nub had us all fooled at the time. I was mature for my age. I was hanging out with the older kids. It's not like you're that much older. Now that I'm level 13, where should I head for decent experience? Here's the fun part, Vaughn. I might come help you with that. Because now you're at the level where it's time to start grouping up into full parties, into 6-man groups. And experience the real game. And you've got quite a run ahead of you because the main place to go and level at that point is a place called Valkyrim Dunes. So you're going to have to run all the way through Saruta Baruta going north, and then you're going to have to run through most of the next area, Tarongi Canyon, and then you're going to have to run through all of the area after that, Baburamu Peninsula, and those zones are going to be full of monsters that if they look at you, they will kill you. And then you're going to get to Mahara, where you then get to ride on a boat that takes you across the world to Selbina. And then just outside of Selbina is the Valkyrim Dunes, where you go to group up with people in 6-man parties and kill monsters until about level 20. But that is going to be the level experience from basically that point onward. Like, you're kind of at the solo wall. So if you would like, I can come back to Windurst and change jobs. And we can travel out to the dunes together, see if we can get a party going. If y'all need to go do something, I just logged in. If we're going to go to the dunes, we could use another person. The fewer random people we have to invite, the better. Ideally, if we could get a full community group together, but I don't think we have enough people at dunes level quite yet. This game has stereoscopic rendering? I don't know what that is. Never played this before, but you guys are making me want to try it out. It's free. I mean, it's a free private server. You just need to download the installer, and I've been helping a lot of people these last couple days. A lot of people. I've been helping like 3 people get started. It's a big time sink. It's a big time sink, but it's a fun time sink. And the more people you have to like consistently play with, the more consistently fun it is. Remember how much fishing pisses me off? I'll sit there at the end for a solid minute before it tells me my catch got away. You know you're supposed to hit enter once the bar is gone, right? To reel the fish in. You don't just sit there. You push the arrow keys until the bar is gone. And then you press enter to reel it in. It's all right. The game, to be fair, I don't think ever outright tells you even how those controls work. Final Fantasy XI turns, 3 is probably a lot. I mean, if we're talking like overall, I've gotten a lot of people to play this game over the years. That's it. I got Hirimi and a lot of our other friends from our friend circle back in the day into it. And we all played it pretty consistently for a few years. And then they kind of moved on to other stuff. I'm the only one who really kind of consistently sticks with it and then comes back to it very often, even after I've stopped playing, quote unquote. Order some Brady Games guides for these new players. God. To be fair, those guides were not too bad when it came to walking you through like certain like quests and nation missions and stuff like that. But a lot of the advice for like job and sub-job combinations and like how to play certain jobs was so like so wrong. Had some wild ideas for job combos. Although, to be fair, like, I genuinely like doing weird job combinations in this game, like off-meta stuff, just to mess around and try different things. Because playing strictly, like, the most ideal meta stuff does get old after many years. Oh my god, I was just thinking about that, having this discussion, Hirimi. We went and saw... What was that Journey to the West movie? Was it Jackie Chan? But it was some kung fu movie that was out in theaters. Journey to the West movie. And yeah, a character introduced themselves as a scholar monk. I leaned over to Hirimi in the theater and I was like, he brought the wrong sub job. And we're sitting there fucking giggling. I think that would have been shortly after Scholar even got introduced into the game. Out of all the people I've invited to play 14, only managed to get one person through base Realm Reborn, and that was my wife. I can't get Rachel to play 11. I've tried. I think she tried it for maybe a couple weeks. Along with another friend of ours, and then it was just like, no. True, Rachel doesn't really do a lot of MMOs and stuff in general, because we did a similar experience. Like, we rolled up WoW characters and didn't really stick with WoW again. We rolled up 14 characters, didn't really stick with 14. But like, MMOs are a whole different... It's a whole different breed of game that definitely is not going to stick with everyone. Bought the collector's edition of Old Republic and barely stuck with that for a year. Yeah. If any MMO would capture you, it would be a Star Wars MMO, and if that can't do it, then I don't... At that point, it's just like, all right, MMOs are not your thing. How many fish do I have? How many fish heads? Let me go sell my fish. And I'm going to head back to Windurst. And Vaughn, if you would be interested in making an experience party, we can run out to the dunes together. Because that's pretty much where you're at. Now you wanna get out to the dunes, join a party, or create a party of your own, and you want to level up to about 18. So once you hit 18, we're gonna get your sub job quest done, and anybody else who might be joining us. Because once you hit 18, you can get the items to well, you can flag the quest to get your sub job unlocked. And then you can either, after you get your sub job unlocked, you can either go back to Windurst or whatever starting nation you want. Because from Valkyrm Dunes, you're kind of equal distance to Sandoria or Bastok or Windurst if you want to check out any of the other nations and kind of hang around there. But basically, after your sub job's unlocked, you need to level your sub job. It's entirely independent of your main job. You don't get any experience towards your sub job when you're leveling. You have to swap over to it as your main job and level it completely on its own. So basically, you'll be starting over at level 1 for whatever job you want to level along with warrior. Most people do like monk or thief. But you can level whatever you want. Don't let people tell you how to play the game. If you want to be warrior white mage, and then you wind up enjoying that, you might enjoy paladin once you hit 30. What's the ideal sub job for a monk? It depends. Like, warrior generally is the preferred sub job. Ninja is also pretty good once you get to level 30 and you start unlocking the advanced jobs. Can you change what's your main job? Yes. Anytime you go to your Mog house, anytime you just go to your residence, you can talk to the Moogle and change what jobs you're playing. Anytime you like. Time to turn the music back down. Meow, 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 meow. Your other equipped job becomes your sub job. It's whatever you set it as. It's whatever you like. So like right now, I'm on 47 Beastmaster with White Mage as my sub job. And you can see like my White Mage is level 29, but it gets cut in half. It's always going to be half of what your main job is while it's equipped as your sub job, basically. So it gets knocked down to 23 as my sub job. But I'm going to go in here and switch to Black Mage so that I can warp to Juno, so that I can warp back to Windurst. Well, I'm going to warp to Saruda Baruda, and then from there, warp to Windurst. And then from there, I'm going to change my job to something around level 14 or so, since we're going to be leveling in the dunes. So I've got Thief at 15, I've got Black Mage at 17, I've got Warrior at 15, and I've got Samurai at 12. All of those can be leveled in the dunes. Actually, I'll probably stay on a high level job while running people to the dunes, just so that I can make sure to get them there safely. And then once you get to the dunes, you can change your job in Selbina. So then I can switch. Oh, I forgot to sell my fish. Oh well. We'll just stash them for now. So yeah, like right now, I just need to warp. So I'll actually just change my sub job to Black Mage. I don't even need to change off of Beastmaster. So that way I can use the Black Mage spell Warp to go to my home point in Juno. Which is going to be right next to an outpost warping goblin. I'm going to warp to Saruda Baruda. And then because Windurst owns this outpost, and because I've already done the supply quest here, it can teleport me back to Windurst. And now I'm in Windurst. Yeah, for anybody who's watching stream, or for anybody who's playing, you want to go level up in the dunes if you have a job around 12 or 13, between 12 and 13 and 20. Might as well get as many of us together as we can, and then we can just invite
to fill in whatever spots we don't have. That'd be cool if we got a whole ass party going. It's downloading now. I mean, if you're just starting Shadow Noises, you're going to be in the starting area, leveling up, kind of solo. I mean, up until about 10 or 12. I can only be in so many places. Because, like, yesterday, we had a bunch of people who just started, so we were, like, leveling up from level 1. But I'll still help as much as I can. And I'll have times, you know, where we can still help out with people leveling at any point in the game that they're at. Definitely Google what to do in this game, though. It helps to have, like, a Final Fantasy XI guide. We have a few things posted in our Discord in the Horizon channel to kind of help with initial setup. And then here is the Horizon Wiki. I'll put it in chat, and I'll also put it in the Horizon channel in Discord. Make sure this is pinned. Because, yeah, you'll pretty much always want to have exactly what Cypher just said. I too have played this game for like 2.5 decades, and I still always have this wiki, at least the Horizon 11 wiki open, sometimes other wikis instead, because I like the way they have their information laid out or whatever, depending on what I'm doing. But there's a lot of good stuff there. There's some like starter guides to kind of tell you about the tutorial, because they added for Horizon, there's like a tutorial NPC who kind of teaches you the basics about like Signet and food and using food and how to go fight things and level up and get weapon skills, where the auction house is. And then once you kind of finish that little tutorial, it gives you an experience band, a ring that gives you extra experience while you're fighting things so that you level up a little bit faster. And then, of course, if you have any questions, feel free to ask in chat, ask in Discord, ask in game. Whatever works. However I can help. Just out here rocking my Subliger. Alright, so let me invite Vaughn and Hirimi. Are you joining Dunes? Did you have a job in Dunes range? Yeah, you're 15 red mage. That's like perfect. So Vaughn, I sent a party invite. If you want to open up your menu and go to party and then accept invite. Cypher, were you going to be joining? Did you say you were gonna... You had some stuff to level? Or you said you're happy to help people with sub-job items. Which would also be appreciated when we get to that point. Usually just leveling in the dunes, like, we're probably gonna get enough crab aprons and damselfly worms for everybody. The skull is usually the difficult one. But we can take everybody to Gusken Mines and farm skulls there. Is there a way to permanently be in chat mode in this one? Yes. So, Hirimi, press F1 to target yourself. Press enter. Select chat. And then select party. And then that makes default party. Makes that your default chat whenever you hit spacebar. McNuggy is close. We'll be leveling Warrior soon, and it's level 10. Ninja at some points at 37, so definitely be around for some parties at some point. Okay. Just let us know. I'm just seeing if there's anybody else who's going to be making this run to the dunes from Windurst, so we don't leave anybody behind, but I think it's just going to be Hirimi and Vaughn. Played a lot of played some MMOs in your day and a lot of RPGs too, so you'll be able to get used to things after some time. But even being familiar with some other stuff, Final Fantasy XI is a bit unintuitive, to put it lightly. You and Vaughn are at the South Auction House. Nice. I should have all the gear and stuff that I need. I'll probably just be playing Samurai. I might see if I can get a better katana. Stormio is here too. Is that a community member? They waved at me. I don't know. I don't think so. Sailthelia is. Sometimes it's just friendly people. Like that friendly person who brought me +1 fishing boots. Courtesy of Big Minx. Sometimes people just reach out and do nice things. I've definitely done that a lot on my cooking character, where I'm sitting around and crafting food, and I'll just give food away and give crystals and crafting materials away to other people cooking stuff nearby. Not swords. Katanas. Great katanas. There we go. Level 12. I can use an Uchigatana. $4,000. Try 38. Hell yeah. So I'll just be playing Samurai.
when we get to the dunes. All right. Got all the equipment and food that you're gonna need. I might have food that I can share as well. I do. So let's see. Hirimi. Still got the ginger cookies you gave me? Ginger cookies are good. Because that's MP regeneration being faster while we rest. I've also got pumpkin pies on me if you want those. For an extra 40 MP and 3 intelligence. So it'll help your elemental spells a little bit and just give you 40 more MP, which that's a lot of extra casts. Several extra casts of cure because you're going to probably be helping heal. Vaughn. I've got some food I can give you. Some myth kebabs for some extra strength. And you're going to want to wait and eat those when we actually start fighting things, by the way. You don't want to just, like, eat food for the sake of it, because there's only so much, and it's got a time limit of how long it works. Ready for a long run? Yes, we'll stop at the teleport crystals. At the very least, we can grab the one in Tarongi. Thank you for the reminder, Cypher. Is there any supply quest runs we can do on the way? Does Windurst have anything right now? We don't even have Saruta Baruta? Bastok took Saruta? Also, make sure to get Signet. Make sure to get Signet. You have it still? Refresh it. Get a fresh cast of it so that it's like lasting as long as possible. And then we're good to run. If you hear a random yell, you got dive bombed by a stink bug. Is that what we were hearing? I imagine that's what we were hearing the other night. Fucking stink bug. Good old follow. I'm sure Nub will do his best to shake me just like old times. No, I will not. That was always the classic prank. Is you can follow me, Vaughn, if you target me and type /follow. You'll automatically just follow my character. Yeah. The train to the dunes is on its way. Now you're just along for the ride. Nico21, welcome back. Thank you so much for the 11 months. Appreciate that Prime sub. Thank you, thank you. Tag along for Sneak and Viz. I've got Sneak. I'm not high enough level. I probably should have just made the run as 29 White Mage so I could invis everybody. But I just decided to stay on Beastmaster for some reason. We'll be fine. If anything attacks, I can kill it as Beastmaster. And at the very least, I can keep Sneak on to avoid some aggro. Like this goblin. Oh my god, I don't have a weapon equipped. Whoops. Hopefully I have one in my wardrobe or something. Or in my satchel. There it is. I'm like, where did I put my Beastmaster axe? Enjoy your boat ride. We've still got a long run to even get to the boat ride. That's one thing you miss in Final Fantasy XIV, the boat rides. This game's got it all. The boats, the airships. Just imagine what they could have done with the airships, I know. Eventually, we'll get your airship license and stuff. That's at level 30, I think, if I remember. 30 or 35. I think it's 30. You get your airship pass. Don't remember what level I personally got to in Red Mage before I passed my account along. Feel like it was maybe in the 40s. Yeah, I don't remember either. I thought you were still playing when we did the first limit break, which would have put you at around 50. But I'm pretty sure you had passed along the account by the time we were getting, like, artifact armor and stuff. Between 50 and 60. But I think you were still playing up until, like, probably 50 something. Got caught on a tree almost instantly. It happens. I still get stuck on trees. I start rotating my camera around or getting distracted doing other stuff. Actually gonna turn up game audio for stream a little bit. A little bit too quiet. It's quiet. Too quiet. See, I immediately ran into a tree. It still happens. It's part of the experience. It never goes away. All right. Next leg of the journey. We're gonna make a quick pit stop at the teleport crystal. So later on, white mages gain the ability to teleport, and teleporting takes you to these structures called crags that are basically kind of positioned in these areas that are like right outside of the starting areas for each nation. But a white mage can only teleport you to a crag that you've already been to and collected the teleport crystal from. So we're going to stop off there to make sure you guys get your crystal so that down the line we can teleport around the world a little bit faster to get to certain places. Because that's the thing. This game, even when it starts giving you more ways to kind of teleport around, like outpost quests and teleporting and warping, you still have to do a lot of the actual journey yourself. It's like, yeah, it'll be a little bit faster being able to teleport out here for world traversal, but a lot of times it's just to like, you know, we can teleport from Windurst straight to Tarongi Canyon, so we don't have to run through Saruta Baruta and Tarongi. But if we're going to Juneau, we still have, you know, Marifatod Mountains and Saramug to run through to get there. Can Red Mage teleport? No. Just White Mage. Oh. People getting stuck. People getting left behind. I'll wait. Let me also buff up. Buff them up. That way if something does aggro you, at least there's a little more defense. I don't think anything here aggroes by sound, so sneak probably won't matter. I'm pretty sure it's all goblins and Yagudos. Speaking of which, there's a butcher right there. There can potentially be some undead when we run through Baburamu. There can be skeletons and ghosts. What keyboard key opens up the whole chat window? The plus key on your number pad, which will highlight your chat window, and then press enter to make it full. And then you can press the plus key again to go from tab to tab. Send me an invite on Cypher. Got you. Apparently F does that for me too. Oh, so it does. I didn't know that. I'm learning things too. I've always used the plus key. Yeah, this is the crag. The aggro crag. Remember Nickelodeon Guts? So you're going to want to do /target NPC if you type that in while you're facing the telepoint. You can target it much easier. Since there's a bunch of people standing on it, it can be kind of hard to target. And then hit enter to interact with it, and you should get your teleport crag. Thanks for that, but I also apparently also already have this one. Okay, so we've probably already made this run for you at least once. But I think Vaughn needed it. There we go. Alright. Gonna drop some Olmec knowledge on us. Legends of the Hidden Temple. We used to have a friend who did a lot of panels and game show events at anime conventions back in the day. And he had, like, every single Olmec speech from every episode of Legends of the Hidden Temple memorized. Everybody still with us? Make sure Vaughn's all good. Saw someone in person with a green monkey shirt one time. Thought maybe they were a player from back in the day. I mean, you can just buy the shirts. But that would be cool if they were actually a contestant. And just held on to their shirt. Always a Blue Barracudas fan, hell yeah. The Blue Barracudas. I like the purple parrots. I'll say it. Green Monkeys was also good. Also top tier. 'Cause monkey. I feel like the parrots always had the biggest kid on their team. Why doesn't the larger parrot child simply eat the other smaller children? It is funny, though, going back and watching those Nickelodeon game shows. There was a little period in time, maybe like a year or two ago, where Rachel and I were watching a lot of old game show stuff, and we watched a lot of the old Nickelodeon stuff. And it would always be really funny seeing the spread of kids, because the difference between, like, they usually have, depending on which game show and stuff it was, there'd be like an age range of like 11 to maybe 14. But the difference between like an 11-year-old and a 14-year-old is pretty fucking substantial. And you would see these kids who look like these like 11-year-olds who look like physically they're like 7. And you'd have like a 14-year-old that looks like a whole ass adult. Be like, yeah, I'm Brian, and he's already got like a little bit of a mustache. I'm 14, I play baseball. I'm ready to win at Nick Arcade. And then it would be like, I'm Michael, I'm 11, and I like dinosaurs. It's like, well, good luck. Brian's going to stomp you, Michael. Did we lose Vaughn? It is imperative that we do not lose the Vaughn. Is Vaughn okay? How do I cancel follow if I get stuck? Just start moving. Like, if you just start moving around, and it'll cancel. And then just target and type follow again. If you don't like the follow function, you can also just manually follow if you want to just control your character in the video game. So I'm gonna get a helper friend to make this a little easier. I'm just gonna clear some of these troublesome goblins that are like kind of in our way. And by I'm gonna clear, I mean Cypher's gonna one-shot. Oh, okay. You've already got him with sneaking invis. Never mind. If you've got sneaking invis, then we don't need to kill anything. Wonder if we'll see the pirates on the boat? If we're lucky. If you die on the boat, isn't there a problem with that on Horizon? If you die on the boat, does it deposit your body in Selbina? Or doesn't it send you back to where you got on the boat? I can't remember. I feel like it should deposit you in Selbina. I remember that's what it did on retail, but yeah, because I was going to say, I can just switch jobs and raise if we do get somebody killed by pirates. Love this old spellcasting sound. Sound design in this game is great. All right. Made it to Mahara. Now we just gotta ride the boat to Selbina. And then we'll be in the dunes. The Deathly Dunes. And the boat's already here. We need to hurry. Shit, we lost you? Yeah, I keep forgetting. I need to wait and show you where to go. Hey, what's up, Kronos? Surprised that 11 is still going on after all these years? 11 is still going strong. They still update the main retail game. So you're going to want to talk to Felissa, and she's going to charge you 100 gil to ride on the ferry. You gotta pay it. You gotta pay up. And then once you get through, run down here and get on the boat. It's gonna leave soon. Go ahead and get on. I'll wait behind in case Hirimi doesn't make it, but I think we're good. Good thing I'm rich. And good thing everybody had at least 100 gil. I kind of forgot to factor that in. $18K because of last time you played. I'm down to 4,700. I have an astral ring on Auction House. So I'll have 100K or so once that sells. Yeah, this cutscene is broken on Horizon. So the boat takes off, and everyone is just kind of floating in midair. Yeah. Just Horizon things. One of the few little, like, visual bugs in this private server. All right. Time for the boat ride. If you want to look upstairs, feel free, but you might die. Get the sea monk. Vaughn running right into the sea monk. That's classic. Can I just say how fucking fun this is? It's pretty good, right? It's a fun game. This does look so fun for real. I mean, it is just, it's all about this experience, you know? Like, it's a dangerous journey. It's not so dangerous since we've got Cypher escorting and I'm on, you know, Beastmaster to escort, but the idea of kind of being at a low level where you and your friends are just trying to get to the next place that you need to be to level. You go on this like long run, long journey together to get to a boat. You ride the boat to get to the place. This is the stuff that I like in the game a lot. The traversal of the world and just sort of journeying with your friends. It's not just like, it's not all just like teleporting into an instanced area and, you know, it makes the world feel very connected, and it makes you feel like a little part of the world. Broke your fishing rod? Well, what did we learn? What did we learn? This is why you don't go above decks. This is why you can't fish in an area above your fishing skill level. I'm not even gonna risk it. There might be something I can catch here. I've got 25 fishing. I forget what stuff you can catch from the boat and what the skill level limits are. But I'm not gonna risk it. I like my fishing rod. I don't even really have the money to replace it. Can you fix a rod or do you just have to get a new one? Someone with enough crafting skill. Yeah. Unfortunately, I do not have woodworking where I can fix stuff. I've got cooking, so I can make food for people. But that's about it. Friend guided you and another friend to KBD to get us killed. I used to actively on retail servers. There was a particular era in Final Fantasy XI when phishing bots and phishing bot accounts got really, really bad. They were like really rampant. And you'd get on this boat and there would just be tons of bots riding back and forth fishing. And when I was a 75 Beastmaster, I would get onto the boat and charm the sea monks and like higher level mobs, charmable mobs that spawn, and then release them next to the bots. Uh-oh. There's a sea horror. Hirimi broke the rod and died to the sea horror. Not having a nice boat ride. His poison wear off. And down goes Vaughn to the AoE attack. Well, time to start raising. I'm too low level. But Cypher can do it. Don't know how to read AoEs if there's no orange puddles? I think you can actually turn on orange puddle mode. Configuration miscellaneous? On-screen damage display. Area display. Or is that only for spells you're casting? I don't remember if that shows you, like, enemy AoE. This is like when you started playing Elden Ring and your two friends are very experienced at it. They were leading me everywhere. F1. F1 to target yourself. When you're in a party, your F keys are all your party members. So F1 is always yourself. F2 is the second person in your party list. F3 is the third person in your party list. So like on my screen, you can see like Hirimi is in party slot 2, Vaughn is in party slot 3, Cypher's in party slot 4. So if I needed to like cure Hirimi, I can press F2 and target Hirimi even downstairs and still cure. F3 to target Vaughn, F4 to target Cypher. So, very useful, especially when you're playing in a party. If you're running support, which as Red Mage, you're going to be helping cure, so you can just look at who needs to be healed and be like, I need to cast cure on the 4th person in the list. So F4, target that person, cast cure on them. How long does weakness last in 11? 15 minutes, I think. So we might have to wait it out a little bit. But it's fine. We still got several minutes of a boat ride. Is it only 5 minutes on Horizon? I couldn't remember if Horizon reduced that or not. Because I think it's 15 minutes on retail. Or I remember it being 15 minutes like back in the day. Weakness in 14 is not nearly as big of a deal. Yeah, weakness in 11 is very, very detrimental. Oh yeah, Hirimi's is already gone. So yeah, reduced weakness time, that's nice. Warden! Warden, welcome back. Thank you so much for the 10 months. Why can't I rest down here? You should be able to. Just press H. Make sure you're not targeting anything. Otherwise, you'll lock on instead of resting. I think it's slash heal, not slash rest. Beastmaster's finally releasing in 14 next month? Nope. I mean, good for everyone who plays 14. But they're not gonna be bringing me back. Love this song. This is another one of those songs. One of my favorites in the game. The Selbina music is so good. Talk to Caddis over here. To leave the dock. And we're here. right outside the doors of Selbina, or the gate, or whatever, is the Valkurm Dunes, where we will be leveling. So here's the thing. You've got a choice to make here. So before you touch the home point crystal, remember, if you touch this home point crystal, the only way for you to get back to Windurst is the way we just came. You ride the boat, you run across Baburamu, you run across Tarongi, you run across Saruda Baruda. Like, you're not going to be able to get back home easily. If you leave your home point in the starting city, you can just switch to like a level 1 job with the Moogles over here, and then just go outside and die, and blood warp. It's called blood warping back to your home point, which right now should be in Windurst. So if you plan on going back home to Windurst, do not change your home point. Do not set it here in Selbina. If you plan on staying here in Selbina and committing to the experience point grind and the sub-job quest grind, if you're fully committed to that, go ahead and set your home point here. But otherwise, you're just going to want to leave your home point in Windurst, and if something happens where you die, I'll just switch to White Mage and raise you. Yeah. I've got level 29 White Mage. I've got Raise. So I can switch over to Raise, or switch over to White Mage and Raise if anybody dies, so that you don't have to home point. Used to play this game a long time ago. Can't White Mages cast Teleport, if I remember correctly, if they're high enough level? At 37, White Mages can cast Teleport, but they can only teleport people to a crag that they have already contacted and gotten the crystal from. So right now, like, these two are new players, so they've only touched the crag in Tarongi Canyon. So a White Mage could teleport them to Tarongi, which is still very far from here, and still pretty far from Windurst. It's a little closer, but still kind of a far run. And then you'd have to find the White Mage to teleport them. So there's only so much. Only so much you can do there. Up here are Nomad Moogles. These basically work the same as Moogles in your residence back home. So you can check your delivery box here. Look at that. I've already sold a bunch of fish. Back up to 22,000 gil. Gonna BRB to take more tea. Get more tea and take a fat piss. Gotcha. You're good. I'm going to switch to a job that can level in the dunes. What am I gonna level with you guys? Bond's a warrior. Irimi's a red mage. So we've got a tank. We've got kind of a healer. Can I play White Mage? Is 29 too far different? Or you're a monk, sorry. Let me see. I forget what the limits are on level syncing. Like, how big of a job disparity can you have? 29 is probably too high. but I'm gonna try. I'm just gonna see if this works. Oh, it does work. So I could play White Mage and be healer. And then Vaughn is damage dealer. Hirimi can help me with healing a little bit and be enfeebler. And then we just need to find another damage dealer. Ideally, 2 more damage dealers and a tank. There's also a level 12 white mage. I'm gonna see if this person wants to join, and then I can play samurai instead. Cool. We got a white mage. I can switch over to samurai instead. Oh, okay. They disbanded by accident. I was like, did they not want to join? I can type. Not a whole lot of people within range seeking right now. flag is up, but I don't know if they're going to be here, and then they'd have to run all the way here from Sandoria. Burimu that are already partied. $17, I could grab another red mage. There's a Dark Knight. Level 17 Dark Knight. See if they would like to join. Hell yeah. We got us a Dark Knight. Need one more. What's the job in 11 that's a tank? That's absolutely not a tank in 14? Ninja, maybe? Like, Ninja's a very good tank in 11. Because as long as you keep cycling your Utsusemi shadows correctly, you practically never take damage. Yeah, Nin's pure DPS in 14, but Nin is a pretty reliable tank in 11. We could grab a thief. Kandra. I think I leveled with Kandra. Hold on. Let me check my text document. I did level with Kandra. You're a good thief. They already upgraded to their armor. That's okay. camping lizards. Lizards makes the most sense. Okay, so Khandra can't join. Get another red mage. I would prefer damage. Let's just try shouting. Love how it's a tiny creature with bigger things following. Feels appropriate. It's like a Dungeons and Dragons party. Everyone follow the smallest creature. The Kenku, the gnome. The stilted speech of auto-translate chat is so nostalgic. And didn't even really play this game enough. Yeah. So confused on how to set up an account to play. I mean, there should be like a setup guide on the Horizon website. Admittedly, it's been several years since I set all this up, so I don't really remember a lot of it off the top of my head. And the launcher and stuff that they have now is like more simplified than it used to be, so it's like a different process. Yeah, you make your account on the website and then download the launcher. Or if you have the game, you said it was already installing. I don't know if you make the account through the launcher. I think you might still need to make it through the website. I said I haven't done this in a while, so I don't remember. You made a Square Enix account? You don't need a Square Enix account for that. That's for retail. That's if you're going to play on official servers. You don't need that at all for playing on Horizon. This is a private server. It's completely separate from the retail version of the game. So I hope you didn't buy it on like Steam and download it and install it. That's only for playing retail. We're playing on a completely separate yeah, we're playing on a completely separate thing. On a not through Steam. You downloaded the launcher through Horizon, right?
All right, let's go to our camp. All right, Falco's AFK. Vaughn also might be AFK. Music for Selbina is so good. Never get tired of it. It's very good. I love this song. I remember actually like learning to play this one too. Learning to play this one on guitar. I just forgot a lot. I've played this game, learned a lot about it, and then spent a lot of years forgetting everything I've learned. Was tabbed out but back. Let's go run out. We're gonna go run over to where we're camping. And then hopefully we can find a sixth to come and join us. We might be able to start fighting stuff. We might be okay to start fighting stuff with 5. Yeah, if you're downloading for Horizon, it's completely separate from the official website. That's only for playing on retail servers. Sorry, Shadow Noises. Should have been more specific about the setup process. But yeah, you don't need anything from the official servers or the official game. You don't need to buy anything. You just go to Horizon 11, download that launcher. It'll install this version of the game. And then, yeah, on the Horizon website, it should tell you kind of how to get your account made. And get your first character going. All right. We're going to want to be careful during this run. There's a lot of things in the desert that can kill us. Mostly goblins. They aggro by sight. So
Just make sure to avoid them. And if you have to run anywhere near one, make sure you're not running in front of it. Need water refill? No, I'm good, but thank you, babe. There's a 12 warrior seeking. Let me see if they want to join. Hey, we got a full party. Ready for the Dunes experience. Ghosty-like.
What?
All right. Well, you guys wait there. I'm going to go get our warrior, since they're trapped by bats. Ghosty-like, thank you so much for the 2 months. Thank you again. Very much appreciate that. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, this game's a struggle. I feel like a lot of people in this community are super nice and helpful because anybody who's played it for any significant amount of time knows how difficult and how much of a struggle it is.
Down with a bit of flu, but good otherwise. Sorry to hear that. Hopefully you're recovering. Yeah, ghouls are one of the things. Yeah, ghouls are one of the things you need to hunt for their skulls to get your sub job unlocked. So we'll have to go get that from this other place, Guskin Mines, once you guys hit 18. Cries in Windurstian. Last place in Conquest. We don't even have claim over Saruda Baruda. But somehow we have Elshimo Uplands and Qufim. I mean, Qufim's nice to have. And Zarkabard. This is the authentic Dunes experience. A bunch of adventurers who only kind of know what they're doing. Yeah. Main thing about these lizards, they can petrify you. If you see that they start using a move that's called Baleful Gaze, yeah, press H to lock off, turn around so that you're not facing it. It'll miss you, and then you can turn back and face it and start attacking again. Traveler's Mantle. I've got my Uchigatana. I've got all this stuff. Eat some Purpuras. My ring. Put on an experience band. I can poison it.
Vaughn. Let me give you a body piece, since you're just standing around naked. I know you've got like your level 13 gear, because you said you got the power gi. But until we level up again, I can give you this. So at least you've got some armor. Do I have legs that you can wear as well? I do. Not hearing me. Oh, you've got legs. Okay. It's hard for me to tell with Subligure. Here, Amy. Cover him up, slut. Yeah, hearing me.
since I was showing Ram Ranch and Yami and some others the other night how I set up my windows in UI. Yami actually clipped it where I was explaining it and going over the settings for how I split up the windows and have all that. So if you just want to kind of copy my settings as a template and then adjust them to your preference. And Hirimi, you're going to have to try to assist Zarkin with some of the healing. Whenever you see Arrow or Falco getting low, getting into like yellow, try to toss them an extra cure so the burden's not entirely on our white mage. The way I usually do it when I'm playing healer is I'll just do Control M to bring up the spells submenu, hit cure, and then press like F4 or like F5 for Falco, F6 for Arrow in my party list, and then cure them that way. Hopefully we don't get a 17 Gil incident tonight. I mean, now we're just grinding experience. We don't have to worry about the luck of inventory drops or like rare item drops or anything. We just need to kill things and hope none of us dies. But it's also Valkyrie Dunes, and it's like people who are rusty or new, so accept that death will inevitably happen. It's gonna happen at some point. It doesn't take a whole lot. One very small mistake in this game can lead to a party wipe. So it's best to just sort of come to terms with that early on. Death is going to happen in this game. There is like a hardcore deathless mode for Horizon. Arrow dodging the gaze. Dodging the baleful gaze and not getting petrified. Thanks for reminding me I need the help because I was not thinking about it. It's all good. How playable is this game with a 60% keyboard? 60% keyboard means no number pad, right? I mean, it's still very playable. Still absolutely playable. There's a few... There's numpad shortcuts and stuff.
No numpad and no function keys? I mean, I think you can rebind a lot of stuff. But to be honest, I've never tried, so I don't know. I've always played it with like a full keyboard, essentially. Or back in the day, I played it on a PlayStation 2 controller that had a keyboard built in. Oh god. Anytime Arrow gets into the red, I start panicking. But our healers are doing okay. And Hirimi, I know they're talking about setting up macros and stuff. If you open up, I don't know if you remember how to even set that stuff up, but like press the minus key on your numpad twice to open up the secondary main menu. And then go to macros, edit macros, and then you can set stuff up. But that may be a little bit much to get into, like in the middle of an active party, like while pulling in between pulls. Yeah, I don't think it saves when you reinstall the game, because I had to set a bunch of mine up again as well when I started playing again. What key pulls up macros just to use? Control. You hold down Control or hold down Alt. So Alt will bring up one set of macros, and then Control brings up your other set of macros. I can't believe I forgot to change my sub job off of Black Mage. Synthra has reached level 75 on Dragoon as a hardcore character. Congrats. Crazy. Even with all of my years of experience in this game, I can't imagine trying to do hardcore. Like, I wouldn't make it past level 10. I feel like I always die at least once. Just playing on my own, leveling to level 10. Because inevitably there's going to be something that I get overambitious about, or I'm just careless about. and I'll accidentally pull something that links, that I forgot links, or I'll get aggroed by something and be like, I could probably fight it. I don't need to just run to a zone. We're getting into it now, though. We got experience point chains going. Nobody's died yet. Mages are maintaining a safe level of MP. We're consistently doing skill chains. This is a real party. I'm proud of all of you. Hey, Fishbones. Watching this just emphasizes to me, gotta get into this whole series soon. 6, 9, and 10 are the ones that are seriously intriguing me, at least right now. Final Fantasy 6 and Final Fantasy 9 are my two favorite Final Fantasy games, so, like, absolutely 100% take the time to play those. 10 as well. 10 is very high up there for me. Very good game. Level 13. Yeah, you're good hearing me. We should be able to manage with 5. Famous last words. I'm ready to pop my 2-hour and try to pull hate with weapon skills. Vaughn popping 100 fists. Punch him, bud. Hirimi leveling up while AFK to get tea. Figured I'd cover the difference. Is that your first time popping your 2 hour? No? Okay. I wasn't sure if you'd actually used 100 Fist yet. On your own from 1 to 13. Oh no, Falco. Actually, I should have a power gi as well. Yes. Level 13 Samurai. 14, I can get the cotton headband on. That's probably it. And at 15, I can get the warrior's belt. One thing I learned from 14, hit all your buttons as often as you can. I mean, that's a pretty good general rule of thumb. I would say there's definitely some more thought behind it in 11. 14 is very, like, just push all your buttons and cycle your timers on everything. 11, I feel like you really do kind of have to think about it and strategize and make sure you're using things at the appropriate time so that they're not on cooldown when you really need them. But it depends on the job and the situation. I need to switch my sub job. Samurai Black Mage is not doing me any favors. Yeah, Samurai Black Mage is very powerful. Almost as good as Scholar Monk. Wait, so Falco goes AFK for Doorbell. I say I'm running back to Selbina to change my sub job. And Arrow goes and pulls a lizard. While the white mage is not fully rested. I mean, bold strategy. Y'all will probably be fine. Don't get petrified. That thought process had me learn what Hundo Fist does for me early. Fair enough. It's good to just pop it and figure out what it does. The biggest thing with 2 hours is just they have an extremely long cooldown. That's why they're called 2 hours. You can only use it every 2 hours. I think it might be reduced on Horizon. I can't remember if they adjusted the 2 hour cooldown. I'm used to just calling them 2 hour abilities because that's what they were before. It is 2 hours? Okay. I think on retail they reduced it to like 1 hour or something like that. Okay, now I've got warrior subjobs. So I can actually help provoke. Do I have better pants and shoes? These are 3. These are 2. Yes, I do. Get them on the way there. Wi-Fi sucks, it's still installing. That's okay. You already waited for the whole retail game. Is the game rolling party loot for us automatically? Yes. Yeah, everything in the treasure, like anything we kill, the loot drops into the treasure pool, and then that just gets divided up to the party automatically, randomly. If you see things that you want, like, it's courtesy to just let the party know, like, hey, I want this. Can I lot for it? If you want to claim something. Which, when we start getting your sub-job items, once we start fighting the crabs at a little bit higher level, because because if we level up to like 14 or 15, we can start fighting crabs. And you'll need the crab apron for your sub-job quest. So, like, when those come up, we're going to have you roll for them to claim them. Whoever needs it for a sub-job, which should be you and Hirimi. Yeah, just you and Hirimi. Choose. Here, can't wear that. Okay, just the shoes. Oh wait, Sam can't wear those? Oh, I saw summon, not samurai. Never mind. Well, let's go change jobs again. That was a bad situation. It happens.
What are y'all up to? We're currently grinding experience in Valkyrim Dunes. And we've just had the most authentic Dunes experience you can possibly have, which is accidentally pulling an extra monster and somebody dies. It's funny, he called it too. He was like, I can't pull, these are gonna link. And then he went for the pull, and they sure enough linked. Like, he knew better and did it anyway, and then died. I didn't understand. I did not understand the game plan. And then he started running. I thought he was running to the zone to try to take to the zone in Selbina and drop the lizards. But then he was just running around the rock. I was like, I don't think you can actually make things de-aggro that way. I'm pretty sure it doesn't work that way. Enemies don't get caught on environments. They just like run through walls and hills and clip through floors, and there's no stopping them. I don't think this guy knows what he's doing or talking about. But it's fine. It's Valkyrim Dunes. It's tradition. This is a big part of the learning curve. Is learning how stuff works. And thinking you understand how something works, but not actually. Yeah, they're talking about wind and stuff. We had tornadoes come very close to where we live. We got some nasty rain and wind from it. Thankfully didn't none of the tornadoes were very big, and none of them touched down like super close to us or anything, but we had some nasty storms a few days ago. These are still easy prey on 29 White Mage. Still have to dodge goblins out here. He lives. The sand is made from the crushed bones of fallen adventurers. Death's a part of the experience. I'm so glad we at least have Nomad Moogles and stuff right here in Selbina. So I can just, like, easily change jobs and help pick people up after deaths and things like that. Back to Samurai. Yeah, this game's already difficult enough. And it's so easy to die. It's so easy to die. Like, you can just be running from place to place and literally have an aggressive monster spawn in, or be slightly off camera, or be slightly hidden behind something in the environment, and then it aggroes you through, like, a rock or a wall from behind a tree. So you could just be running along through an area and then just be like, oh, this thing aggroed me and killed me in 2 hits.
It's like Pokemon Nuzlocke. Once you're dead, you're dead. Remember traveling from one city to another early on being very dangerous? It is. Like, we just running everybody to here, like to the dunes from Windurst. There's a lot of stuff in Tarangi that could have killed them at like level 12, level 13. There's a lot of, almost everything can kill them in Buburimu at that level. Once they hit level 20, we've got to go to Juno so they can get their Chocobo licenses. Everything along that run can kill them, so that's just this game. That's just how it is. I don't mind raising any deaths, but if you want to home point instead. I'm not going to bully you and tell you how to play. My FPS modifier on? Okay, it is. Alright. Level sync. On arrow. Make sure you got your food. Make sure you got your experience rings. There you go, Vaughn. Eating the kebabs. Shoulder tackle. The other people running through. Yeah, we might have a another party pulling from the same pool of lizards over on that side. These things happen. Nice. Got the pull without the link. I was a little worried. Those lizards were a little close. What's up, Ultima Weapon? Yo, Dunes Camp. Have the traditional experience of getting wiped on the sands yet? Only one person has died in this party. And it was not me or either of our community members, Hirimi and Vaughn. It was our pickup warrior who accidentally linked 2 lizards. There's a Mithra butt. There's a cat ass in my way I can't see. Nubs in the cold? What cold? This ain't snow. This is not snow. It's sand made from the crushed up bones of dead adventurers. Valkurn Dunes. A lot of people, it's funny because a lot of people who play Final Fantasy XI kind of hate the dunes because, like, a lot of times you'll die. It's very easy to die here. Just like it's very easy to die in this game in general, but this one, it's a lot of people's first experience in a party, in an actual group. So a lot of people are still learning how to play their jobs. They're still learning how to play the game in general. So it's a lot more common for mistakes and deaths to happen. But yes, it's exactly Ultima Weapon. It's a core part of the experience because you've got a lot of people learning at the same time. You've also got a lot of veterans who are leveling, you know, their other jobs here, who are trying to help teach the new folks. So it really is like it's an interesting and unique part of the experience that you kind of only really get at the dunes. Because by the time you're like out of dunes range, once you start hitting like level 20 and going to Qufim, usually by that point you kind of have a hold on how your job plays. And there's like, as you keep going, there's usually less and less mistakes, less and less people who are still kind of learning their jobs. So less death tends to happen. There are still a lot of places that, depending on the camp, depending on the target mob, it's easy for mistakes to happen, like links and things like that. So I remember Yoder jungle and Yatanga jungle, once you start going to the areas outside of Kazam to level. I remember dying there a lot back in the day, just because there are so many aggressive creatures mixed in with what you're trying to pull, and a lot of things that you're trying to pull that link. So it can be a kind of a dangerous area. Qufim is usually fairly safe. It can be dangerous, like, when deaths happen in Qufim, it's almost always somebody just, like, trying to get to a campsite. Like, they're just trying to get to where they're going to camp. And running into a Gigas or a dancing weapon. Or a skeleton at night. Remember the name Yotanga? Yeah, you can... So, there's lots of different places you can level. And, I mean, it's really just kind of up to you. The general progression that I typically remember doing the most, which is just what I try to stick to, is stuff that I already know. Is just sort of like leveling solo until you get to about 13. And then leveling in the dunes until about 20. Leveling after the dunes, leveling in Qufim. Since you're near Juno for the Chocobo quest and stuff like that anyway. You level up in Qufim from like 20 to 25. And then at 25, you can go to Yatanga Jungle once you get your Kazam airship quest done. And then you can basically stay in Yatanga Jungle until like 30-ish, and then you go to Yoder Jungle until around like 35, and then I think after that is like Gerlej Citadel. Something like that. I forget the exact like level ranges. After Gerlej, I think you can go Crawler's Nest. And you're good in Crawler's Nest for quite a while, until like 40-something. After that, I kind of forget. Beyond that, I kind of forget where you go and what you level off of. Boyata Tree? I remember leveling in Boyata Tree. And Sanctuary of Zita. think my favorite thing was gaining a level, then dying in a party wipe and losing enough experience to go back down a level. No, no, no. The best and most painful Final Fantasy XI experience is you gain enough experience to get a level. And then you have, you go and you buy new equipment or spells for that level. So all your equipment is the new level. And you sell your old stuff, thinking you won't need it anymore. And then you die and level down. So not only do you level down, you're now naked because you're too low level to use the gear you just bought. And you've already sold off your old gear. Now that's the experience. Nothing hurts. Nothing hurts more than like fully gearing up in a new set and being like, yeah, shiny new armor, and then dying and leveling down and not being able to walk it. Not being able to wear it. I read Naked Walk of Shame and my brain got confused. But yeah. Nub making sure this game sounds as horrifying as it is. Always have an XP buffer, kids. True. At the very least, make sure you've got an experience buffer before drastically upgrading your armor. And always hang on to your previous armor a little longer than you think you might need it. You never know if you're gonna level down or if you're gonna level sync in a party that's below the level of what you what the best gear you have is. You always want to hang on to some stuff. Vaughn already experienced that firsthand. We level synced down and Vaughn was like not even wearing chest armor. So I was like, here you go. I have some armor you can wear. Because I forgot to tell you about that. Like, if you level sync below the level of your armor, you don't wear it. That's one of the things that's different about retail. If you're playing on retail servers, they changed it so that you don't lose the ability to equip your armor. They just scale it down to the level that you're synced to. So you're at least not stuck naked, but it will scale down whatever you are wearing. Vaughn got petrified. Was not ready. Vaughn was typing in chat and not paying attention and got baleful gazed. I warned you. I warned you about the lizards, bro. Do I have Voke? I do have Voke on my ninja macro set. I should probably have a macro for Provoke ready. Just in case this lizard is like right about to kill someone. And I need to pull hate and take hits. Look away! Dude, Arrow has the dodge perfectly down. They are avoiding the baleful gaze consistently. Dodged another baleful gaze. They got the reactions. Oh, I've also got silver earrings. I wanted some more evasion. I think I like just having 4 extra HP instead of lowering my attack in exchange for evasion. Vaughn got petrified again. It's hard to react to. It's hard to react to. You really gotta just, as soon as you see readying baleful gaze in the chat window, you gotta immediately hit H to log off, to lock off, and then hit S to immediately like turn away. Or look for the constipated look on its face. The way Arrow puts it. if you need more of a visual cue. Typically, I'm looking at the in-game chat window and the battle chat more than I'm looking at the mob's face, personally. But whatever's easier for you. Need to split chat between battle info and real chat? Yeah. Hey, level 17. Look at him go. Kirimi leveling up Red Mage. You're going to get to that 75 in no time. You'll find the prophecy will finally come true. We're going to do it this time. I'm committed. I'm 100% committed to just becoming a full-time Final Fantasy XI streamer. Sorry, Silent Hill fans. Just like, Silent Hill's not niche enough. What else could I focus my channel around? How about this 23-year-old MMO? Everybody leveling up. We're doing it. We're making progress in the video game. The number is going up. The dopamine is being released. Way bigger audience than Silent Hill, for real, for real. I mean, until Townfall comes out, what else are we going to do? Might as well play a bunch of Final Fantasy XI. I'll go back to Silent Hill mode when Townfall comes out. It'll be here before you know it. Hey Nub, could you help me? How can I lower the minimap on the screen? Hold down left shift, mouse over it with your mouse cursor, left click it, and then drag it where you want it on the screen. Just left shift, left click, and drag. No problem. And you can pretty much move around like most of your UI elements the same way. Even without evasion down. These levels, usually your evasion skill is so low, like, you're not gonna dodge most attacks anyway. Like, what is my evasion at? $39. It's like, yeah. And that's capped. That's like maxed out for level 13. Yeah, support jobs in this game are actually really fun. Cycling Cure, managing enmity, managing buffs. Red Mage is my most beloved class. My most favorite job in this whole game, though. Once Red Mage gets to the point of having refresh and convert and basically just being a never-ending MP pool, oh, it's so much fun. It's so much fun. Just want the 14 jobs to feel unique again. Yeah, that's another thing I didn't really like about 14 in the grand scheme of things. Each job is just kind of a different flavor of cycling your abilities the exact same way. I like the strategy and thought and tactic that goes into Final Fantasy XI that really matters. How, like, it makes a big difference how unique each job is. Each job, each weapon skill for doing skill chains, different jobs' abilities to deal damage, deal with hate, have different buffs. Because you look at any of the support jobs, you look at White Mage, you look at Red Mage, you look at Bard, even if they do relatively similar things, like they play similar roles in party configuration, they all feel like their own individual playstyles. They don't all just sort of do the same thing with a different animation. Same thing for melee, you know, Monk, Sam, Dragoon. They've all got their pros and cons, and they all feel unique. Wrong macro? I didn't even see what Falco did. True support's hard to come by in modern MMOs too. Feels like they all eventually get dropped into the category of healer or DPS. Yeah. Finish downloading and it has me immediately updating. Yeah, it's a little bit of a process. It's like it downloads the base game and then it needs to download all the patches and updates. It needs to update the launcher. It can be a little bit of a setup process. Trust me, it's a lot better than setting up on retail back in the day. When me and my friends first bought Final Fantasy XI in 2004 for the PlayStation 2, we had to install the hard drive, install the network adapter, download and install the software so that those things work. Then you install Final Fantasy XI and you set up Play Online. And setting up Play Online is one of the most difficult parts of playing this game on retail. It's a confusing mess to set up Play Online and get your account set up and get your character made and actually get into the game. That when me and my friend did it the very first time, back in 2004, when we very first were setting everything up, it took us basically a full 24 hours from when we bought everything we needed to when we were actually able to play the game. It was like a full 24 hours. So I mean, I know it's kind of annoying downloading and installing and setting stuff up, but it's definitely a lot smoother than it used to be. Especially for Horizon. Horizon makes it a breeze, not having to deal with Play Online. And then, yeah, Play Online got even more complicated when you had to have your, like, Square account and link everything. Because that wasn't even really a factor of it back in the day. And then they somehow made it more complicated by introducing the Square account. Do I need any extensions? Check the Horizon 11 Discord. There are some clips showing what extensions I use. So it's a good starter point of which ones to enable. And there's a clip showing how to set up your UI the way mine is. So it gives you kind of a starting point for doing that. Oh, Zarkin is going to bed. Start seeing if I can find us another healer. If not, I can switch to White Mage and play healer. If we can just find the general replacements. There's a level 12 White Mage right now in Selbina. I'll see if they want to join. Cool. Got a replacement healer, like right away. Here we go. There's our new white mage. And since we're already at the lizard camp, we can just Hey, what's up, DK? Started playing this yesterday after watching your stream. Managed to get to level 9, but I have not been able to find the config menu anywhere. And I need to turn the music volume down. There's a configuration menu for the launcher that will let you turn down the main menu music. And then once you're in game, if you just hit the minus key on your number pad on your keyboard to bring up your menu, go to configuration, and then go to gameplay, you can adjust your sound effect volume and music volume from in-game for everything else. The music for the default sound levels for this game, for whatever reason, are very loud. So you can see, like, even I have my stuff down super low. Don't have config option in main menu for some reason? Press the minus key on your number pad twice. You have two main menus. When you press it once, you get like the status main menu where status is at top. Press it again and you'll have missions menu up at top. So it's on that second one. You should be able to see config. This game is very unintuitive when it comes to stuff like that, so don't even worry about it. Already had a main menu. What about second main menu? Yeah. And those are just your main menus. There's also a ton of sub-menus and sub-sub-menus. There's the sub-menu when you target yourself and hit enter. Or when you target someone else and hit enter. Control E to open up your equipment menu. Control I to open up your inventory menu. Control J for your job ability menu. Control M for your magic ability menu. If you're a summoner or a beastmaster, Control B to open up your pet sub-menu. You can play 11 without using the mouse at all. Yeah. That's how I prefer to play the game. I just play on keyboard. I don't use a controller or a mouse. Okay. Our white mage leveled immediately. The power gi is back on. I'm going to provoke. My turn to tank. Okay. Back to Arrow now that Arrow's healed. See, we're fine. I'm sitting here watching Hirumi try to cast cures on people. Casting on himself. It takes some time. It's a struggle getting used to this stuff. Gotta head to bed now. Got another fun week of work ahead. Have a great rest of y'all's night. Thank you, Fishbones. Take it easy. Hope you get some good sleep. Just doing your best. Living your best life. Damn. Look how fast they die. When we all have weapon skills and skill chains going. You're streaming your view in the Discord? Hell yeah. Not streaming your view on your Twitch channel? Imagine. Nub, I don't stream. No, that's fine. We don't need to do like a fancy Twitch co-op stream. That's fine. See how it is. Hope all is well. Thanks again for the RE9 playthrough. The ending was a bit confusing for me. There's a few things in that game that I'm still kind of thinking about as well. But overall, I still really liked Requiem a lot. But I'm glad you liked the playthrough. I'm glad people enjoyed it. I'll definitely go back to it and play it again. The plot hole just doesn't work for the ending. Which plot hole? Emily, like, are spoilers permitted in chat? I mean, I kind of want to avoid it because the game is still pretty new, and I know a lot of people here haven't watched that playthrough yet, or are still in the midst of their own playthrough, or planning on playing it soon. So we don't have to get too into it, for the sake of anyone here who doesn't want Requiem spoiled. We'll save it for the next Requiem stream. You've yet to play a single Silent Hill yet? That's all right. In due time. The town will call you one day. When you're ready. Does picking a nation matter? Yes. Yes, it does. I mean, the starting nations are very far apart, and early game traveling between them is extremely tedious and difficult. Most of us, if you're trying to play with our community, we're very focused around Windurst, so it will be much easier for us to play with you and help you early on if you start in Windurst. But eventually, everything kind of converges in Juneau around level 20, which is sort of like the big central major city. So if there's a particular nation that you like and that you would prefer, by all means, play the game how you want to play the game. But for the sake of, like, convenience, for playing with the rest of us, starting in Windurst will make that a lot easier. Yeah, Yurimi, you can open up your menu, your main menu, your second main menu. Go to config, gameplay, and then down where it says inventory, turn on sort, and it'll auto stack stuff that you pick up. But you can register your character through the official Discord. So on the official Horizon Discord, there's a section for let me see what it's called. So if you join the Horizon Discord and then go down to where it says Discord setup, there's an option to register your character. And it gives you the instructions of how to do that. I thought you could use your ring again, Vaughn. It's on cooldown. Eventually you get other rings that have faster cooldown. I didn't realize that first one takes so long. Controls are going to take a moment to get used to. They are. It's going to take a little bit. For me, I play on just keyboard. I use WASD to move and then arrow keys to rotate camera. I don't even use my mouse at all. But you'll want to find what works for you. Velner 11, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome, welcome. I can only assume by the name that you're fellow Final Fantasy XI enjoyers. Welcome. Thank you so much for sharing your community with us. Where do I go to auto sort inventory? I put it in party chat like twice already. Press your minus key on your number pad twice. Go to config, gameplay at the very top. And then at the bottom where it says inventory, sort on. I thought you already saw it. My bad. Can't see shit. It's all right. It's a lot to get used to. I'm more used to like following the chat windows. Velner, thank you again for the raid. I very much appreciate that. I'm not on like follower only mode or anything, am I? Can Velner and
and raiders chat? Is it just a very quiet, polite raid? Because I've made that mistake before, where people raided me, and I was like, thanks for the raid, and like nobody said anything. And it wasn't until like an hour later where it was like, oh, followers only is on. And it's on like a 15-minute delay or 1 hour delay or whatever. Kodiak Graph, thank you for the follow. Yes, follow only mode is on. No! My same mistake. Let me see if I can fix that. Follower only chat. Off. Settings frantically being flipped. Yeah, flip all the switches, hit all the buttons. Sorry about that, Velnet. Sorry about that, Raiders. You don't have to follow me to chat here. I mean, if you like it and you enjoy the vibe, feel free to follow. I'm not going to tell you no. But I don't want to make that a requirement, especially for Final Fantasy XI streams. This is not for anybody joining and for anybody coming along with the raid. I'm a long-time Final Fantasy XI player, like since the North American launch back in 2004, and I've played this game for many, many, many years. But we're playing with some friends on the Horizon private server. But this is not really what I typically do on my channel. This is more of a recent thing that I've started streaming and sharing. Most people know me for playing horror games and Silent Hill and stuff like that. But lately I've been missing Final Fantasy XI, and this has been a comfort game of mine for a long time. So I've been getting back into it and getting a lot of new people and friends into it. So, welcome. The Final Fantasy XI bug is hard to ignore. It really is. It really, really is. I've played a lot of other MMOs out there. I've played a lot of Final Fantasy XIV. I played a lot of Phantasy Star Online. I played a lot of World of Warcraft. But nothing ever hits like Final Fantasy XI. This is one of the only MMOs that I regularly come back to. Taru Red Mage? Don't you be talking, don't you be lolling at Taru Red Mages. That was my first job to level 75 on retail servers back in the day. Am I Red Mage or Sam? I'm playing Sam. But when I played this game back in the day, Red Mage was my main job, and my first job to 75. That's a small sword. Maybe for you. It seems
appropriately Taru-sized. It's not about the size of the sword, it's how you use it. We do not tolerate Taru-Taru racism here. Absolutely not. We are open and accepting community to all races except for Galgas. Sorry, Galtas. You'll get fishing this morning? I started off the stream just doing a bunch of fishing. Catching a bunch of moat carp for some money. Oh. My experience rings are used up. I got 12 more minutes before I can use the Emperor one again. Bastok is in the doghouse right now because they're taking our territory. True. They took Saruta from us. Doing the Liu Shang's quest, almost at 3,200 left. You got this, Hell Smasher. You got this. I just sold like 15 stacks of carp today. Because I'm just selling them. I'm just selling them. I'm not turning them in. Fish up 50 stacks a day. I mean, that probably would have been on par for what if I would have done nothing but fish today. I had no plans of what I was going to do today. I started off fishing, and then Vaughn was like, I'm level 13, where do I go level now? And I was like, I can run you out to Valkyrim Dunes, because that's where you start grouping up, and I figured I might as well join and level up as well. So now we're here. Forgive me as I don't know anything about MMOs or FF11, but what are you guys doing? Grinding XP or an item or something? Grinding out XP. We're just grinding out levels. We're grinding out levels, and then if we get Hirimi and Vaughn to 18, and they're still able to stay on and play a little bit longer, we will we'll go get them their sub jobs unlocked. will have to farm some monsters for particular drops so they can do their sub-job quests. Ideally, we can get that done all today so that we don't have to make another run out to the dunes another day to do it. But it's already been several hours. I understand if people aren't able to play that long, or if we don't get to that level range fast enough. Nice. Level sync up to 14. White mage leveled again. Did I have something for 14? You're 18, by the way? Okay, so yeah, we can at the very least get yours done. Depending on how long Vaughn gets to stay on. Hopefully we can get Vaughn there. More evasion. Might be time for crabs. Now that we're 14, the lizards are not given quite as much experience. It's crazy to see over 900 people online on Horizon. That's like low Sunday numbers too. During peak hours, there's like 2,200 people or more. Like pretty consistently when I jump on, there's usually around like 2,000. So glad all your jobs are out of dunes. I don't mind dunes. I don't mind dunes at all. Like, I just love Final Fantasy XI. I just like being in the world of Vana'diel. Whether I'm doing low-level stuff or high-level stuff or anything in between. I just like sort of living in Vana'diel. I like being in this world. What about Dooms, especially since DS2 is dropping in 3 days? Oh, you mean the PC port? The Steam version? Is that 3 days? Nice. out-leveled our lizard camp a bit. Cat Link. Thank you so much for the raid, Cat. And goodbye, everyone who doesn't want to stick around and watch me play a 23-year-old MMO. I completely understand. But welcome, everybody. We're chilling. This is comfy vibes. Yeah, we're chilling. We're playing Final Fantasy XI. I've needed comfort games lately. So this past week, I started getting into Final Fantasy XI again as sort of my off-stream comfort game. And then a few days ago, I was like, screw it, I'm just going to stream it anyway. And now several people in our community were like, this game looks cool, I want to start playing it. So now I've been helping some people get into it and get started. And a lot of people are enjoying it. So now we're just playing Final Fantasy XI. I'm just a Final Fantasy XI streamer. That's how that works. Let's check if the other camp is free. This warrior just keeps pulling lizards. This warrior just keeps pulling lizards, man. He doesn't care. Someone says be right back or AFK, he pulls a lizard. I say I'm gonna like be right back and go change jobs, he pulls a lizard. He just does not care who's around. He's just in lizard mode. Sometimes you just gotta go lizard mode. It says you're fishing, but that's a lizard. I was fishing earlier. I started the stream off planning on just fishing all day. And then it graduated into helping Vaughn get here to the Valkyrim Dunes to level up. And then I was just like, I might as well also level up here with you, because I have jobs I need to level in this level range. So we went from fishing to lizard hunting, and now we've kind of outgrown the lizards, so we're going to go fight crabs. Refresh Signet on the way. Cries in Windurstian. At least my Signet is still up for another 4 hours. There is no refreshing Signet. Crab battle. Crab broke my knife. Yeah, just get the Signet staff. Just easily get rank 10. Change the stream title to reflect what we're doing. Thank you for that. I usually don't even think about it that much because I never expect there to be very many people watching when I stream Final Fantasy XI. And then we've gotten a bunch of big raids today. Cat Link, thank you for the raid. We had Three Dog raiding earlier. We had Velner just raid us not long ago. So I don't know. I never expect people to really show up and raid and watch when I'm doing stuff outside of Silent Hill or horror. So I don't think about the title of the stream and stuff like that very much. Crab Country. The other server you play on, they never do this spot. I haven't done this spot since like 2009. I love this spot and the beach by the boat. Just don't touch the leeches. That's the only thing. If you touch any of these leeches, they will all link and they will all murder us. But as long as we're just fighting crabs, we'll be fine. I don't know why I give everybody warding circle as if there's just going to be a random demon that shows up, but it makes me feel like I'm helping. FYI, this camp is taken? Are they joking? I didn't see anybody here. That's not how that works. I mean, if they were claiming the spot and there was somebody else already here, I don't mind respecting that. There's other crab camps. It's not like we need to make a big deal over fighting over this one. I just literally didn't see anyone here. Someone else in our party just searched the area and said we're the only party in the dunes. Now they're like, feel free to take the leeches. What the heck? Cow Revenge. They're solo. They're soloing Red Mage. Were they even here? He was already here. We can move to the boat camp. Whatever. Yeah, usually the common courtesy is like if you're soloing and a party shows up, you give the spot to the party. That's what I would do. I've been leveling Beastmaster in Crawler's Nest, and that's what I typically do. Is like, if I'm there solo and then a party shows up, I move somewhere else. But like, you're soloing. It's so much easier for you to move by yourself to one of the several other crab camps in the map than for us to run our whole party somewhere else. Again, there's other camps, so I don't care. There's other camps, so I don't care. Tank obviously does not give half a shit. Yeah. Dude, the tank is not. Our tank is not paying attention to us, let alone the random person here soloing telling us the camp is theirs. We tell the tank, like, hey, wait a second, let the mages get MP, and he pulls. We say, hey, someone's gotta go AFK real quick. And the tank pulls. I was like, hey, I gotta run back to Selbina and change my sub job real quick earlier. And our tank pulls. He just does not give a shit. If he's not gonna listen to us, he's not gonna leave if this solo red mage tells us otherwise. How are you liking Beastmaster? Leveled up Beastmaster solo back in the COP TAOU days. Was easily my favorite job to level of them all. I love Beastmaster. Beastmaster is a ton of fun. And I like having a job that I can jump on and get stuff done solo. Because not always are you going to have a bunch of people to play with. Like, right now, we're eating good. Because a lot of new people, since I started streaming this, have started joining and playing this game or getting back into it. So we've got a nice little community forming where we can kind of group up and play with each other. But yeah, I love Beastmaster. I've got Beastmaster at 47 right now. Oh, and our tank died. And before I could even say, I'll come raise, he's already home pointed to Selbina. He's just going to run back out here. Because that's what he wanted to do earlier. I offered to, like, just raise. But he was like, no, I'll set home point so I can just... Oh, fuck. I wasted my provoke. It's all falling apart. This is going to be so embarrassing in front of the solo red mage if we party wipe. But yeah, Alex. Beastmaster, I love Beastmaster in this game. Like, I was level 75 Beastmaster back in the day. Back in the day. My first job in the classic era, my first job to 75 was Red Mage, then Black Mage, then White Mage. But my fourth job to 75 was Beastmaster. Outside of caster jobs, Beastmaster is my favorite job. Is our party still level synced correctly? I just noticed our white mage doesn't have the like little level sync icon, but I guess that's because we are synced to them. And then the red mage leaves anyway. They got a party invite. Why even... Whatever. Whatever. This is the Final Fantasy XI experience, baby. We're getting all aspects of the Final Fantasy XI experience today. I'm really glad Vaughn got to experience going from grinding out solo levels, making the run to the dunes, riding the boat, dying on the boat, getting into a party, dying and, well, having someone die in the party. He's about to die again. Holy shit. Hey, Falco getting levels. Why are you fighting it over there, man? Why are you fighting it over here by yourself? What is this man doing? What is this man doing? My provoke. Okay. What was that item? What item? Oh. Did they pop an experience scroll? Yeah, there's a quest called Eco Warrior. And the rewards for it are experience scrolls. It's basically like free experience for doing the quest. You can do it once a week. Honestly, I haven't been doing it. I probably should start. I don't usually think about it. Now as a TPK. No TPK. The entire time that we've been in the dunes. I may have just jinxed it. But we've been doing well so far. Level 20 event resets every Sunday. We get everybody up to the level range for it. We'll start doing Eco Warrior for that bonus XP. Speaking of bonus XP. My experience ring again. Let's go Bone Earring. Extra attack. It's not until 21. I'm pretty sure my only... I have level 14 gear for Sam. I think the next, yeah, 15, I can Warrior's Belt. And Bone Set. I mean, as long as we stick to snippers. It would be pretty difficult for us to completely TPK. Obviously, the tank dying can happen, since we've already had that happen once. But, oh, apron! If you need your sub job, cast lot on it. Basically, the sub menu down in the bottom, if you hit treasure, go to the crab apron and then select it and hit cast lot. The big benediction. Kirimi lotting everything? So greedy. Nice. Vaughn got it. But at least we got Vaughn the apron. There's 2 other items. There's the damselfly worm that drops from the big dragonflies, the damselflies. That we can also kill right here. The skull is the only hard part, because I'm convinced ghouls just don't spawn in the dunes on Horizon. I was leveling up my alt character that needed the sub-job quest earlier this week, and me and some people who were helping hunted for those ghouls for hours, and I never saw a single one. And then I was doing some other Dunes parties where we this is getting dicey. And then I had some other Dunes parties where I was helping other people get their items, and we were looking around. Hey, there's another apron. Don't pull, we need to heal. Pulls a crab. We're just not on the same level as the tank. About your cookies, Hirimi. When you rest and you need the MP, you get more MP back faster while resting if you eat your cookies first. It would be cool if I could rest. I know. Now's your chance. Hey, what's up, Ram Ranch? Welcome back. Got the whole gang rolling tonight? Yeah, we got Vaughn and Hirimi. Made their run, made the run with them out here from the dunes. What add-ons are you using? Several. There's actually a clip in my Discord channel where I show all the add-ons and stuff that I use. The party and HP and all of that is HXUI. It's just called HXUI. It's one of the default extensions for Horizon. You just have to enable it from the launcher. Oh no! Two level 75 hardcore red mages just died. What is that? Playtime? Yeah, this is private server. This is Horizon private server. You're not on retail. I don't like this game on retail servers. Because on retail servers, you don't even do this anymore. You don't get into a group and level in the dunes. You get your NPC trusts, and you just solo grind all the way to level 99. Like, that's not what I play MMOs for. My favorite era of Final Fantasy XI is the level 75 cap era. So, I prefer private servers like Horizon for that experience. No MMO experience till endgame? Yeah, that's the way it is on retail. I understand why. Most of the population that's still playing Final Fantasy XI after all these years on retail servers, the vast majority of that population is all at endgame, and only endgame. There's just not enough new player population these days to really facilitate people leveling up like this. So that's why you have the trust system. That's why you've got Sparks of Eminence to like help with maintaining gear. Because it's just designed to fast track new players to the end game to play with everyone else. No need to end anytime, but we're in a tornado watch. We're in a fucking tornado watch again? Why does this keep happening? What is the weather this week? Two tornado warnings in a week, a freeze warning, and then the weather in 5 days is supposed to be back up into the 80s. Lousy smarch weather. Oh, and we're at 15. And our other gear. Boots. The Warrior's Belt. gusts picking up where you're at too, Vaughn? Just scared the cat out of your lap? Yeah, our cats don't like whenever the weather starts getting crazy. Similar for you, shadow noises? Freezing, then warm, then wind advisories, then thunderstorms, then warm again, then a snowstorm. Yeah. Weather has just been all over the place. Don't like it. I can deal with the weather being any one of those things, but not all of them in less than a week. And it's still snowing for you, Nick? Fahrenheit where you're at right now? Jeez. It's so weird. Growing up, I used to love the cold. I used to prefer the cold over heat easily. Now, fuck the cold. I'm still not a fan of heat either. But I'm not a fan of the cold the way I used to be. I used to love being cold. I used to keep my apartment just like super cold, keep fans on, keep it cold while I sleep, rarely used like blankets and stuff. Now the cold makes my knees hurt. It makes my joints hurt. and it makes me start shivering, which a lot of times since I've started having the really bad anxiety problems, my body starts reacting to the shivering as though I'm having a panic attack, and it can trigger panic attacks in me. Like, I've had it happen multiple times where a cold shiver turns into a panic shiver, and then I've just got like full body panic tremors. So I can't handle the cold anymore. I used to love it, and my body refuses it now. I love just looking down at the chat log, and immediately after Hirimi saying, "I'll be right back," is the tank being like, "Fishing snipper, like getting another crab." I love this tank. He just does not care. He does not give two shits what you're doing. He's gonna pull. This man is a warrior, and he's here to fight, and he's not going to stop fighting for anybody. Not you, not your MP, not your AFKs. Tanks built different. I mean, to be fair, he's the only one who's died. Over the course of this party. And he's only died twice. So it's working out. And I'm level 17. I'm petty. I'd let him solo the crab. There was a time in my life where I would have been like that too. Where if I was playing healer, if I was playing support like white mage or red mage, and it's like, okay, I'm gonna sit here and rest my MP. Good luck handling the aggro until I'm prepared to stand up and heal you. If you're just going to do you, then I'm going to do me. And I'm going to sit here and get my MP when I need it. And welcome back, Hirimi. Still very much that person. I don't know. It takes so much more energy to be petty and bitter for me. And I'm just old and tired and out of energy for that. I'd rather just be nice and helpful and understanding. As much as I can. Another apron if anyone still needs it. Sub-jobless people. Vaughn, you got yours. Hirimi, did you get one? Did you get the second one that dropped? Because I think our warrior also needs one. And I don't remember who got the last one. Did I get what? The crab apron for your sub-job quest. Do you have one in your inventory? Control I. Scroll down and see if you've got crab apron. And here's Damselfly. You have not gotten one? So make sure to select treasure in the battle menu and go to the crab apron and hit cast lock when you get a chance. Lot casted. You're lying. Why don't I see it? Wait. I see the number down there. Why don't I see your roll? Am I stupid? You're Noob the Liar. I just didn't see. I didn't see where you did the thing. Usually there's bright yellow text saying so-and-so rolled whatever number. And I just didn't see it. Oh, there it is. Hirimi's Lot. It was behind my mini-map. 97 points. And I'm guessing you got it now. Yeah. Nice. So you and Vaughn both have 1 out of 3. Of the items necessary for unlocking your sub job. We just need to get you the Damselfly Worm. If our tank would pull flies, our white mage was like, hey, we have the setup to pull flies. And he's doing what he has been doing the whole night and just pulling what and when he feels like pulling. Okay. Fixing to go to bed soon, so he'll end up bowing out. I think Vaughn has to go. Vaughn said he's fading earlier too. So it's also like almost, yeah, it's like 4:30 a.m. for me, so half the party is probably about to go to bed. So that'll probably be where we call it. Are either of you close to leveling? Less than 50%. Vaughn's at 47%. Okay. I'm also sitting here at like 41%, so not particularly close. And Falco just hit 20. So we'll get more out of it tomorrow once you have your EXP buff back. True. Hirimi and Vaughn, whenever you're ready, we'll walk back to town. We need to run back. We just need to get over to Selbina. You can log out in Selbina. Because whenever you log back in, if you want to go back to Windurst, just change to a level 1 job, run out here and die to whatever mob. Or if you just want to stay here, we're just going to jump right back into leveling or getting your sub-job items. So, it's up to you guys, whatever you want to do. If you decide to bloodport back to Windurst, that's totally fine. Because, I can just escort you guys out here again. It's not that big a deal. But if you decide to log out and stay in Selbina, most of the stuff we're going to be doing is going to be around here until we get your sub-job items done. So, kind of pissed that Bastok controls our shit. Yeah. That's why you always need to make sure you've got Signet on whenever you're leveling, whenever you're doing stuff, because that's helping towards the Windurst conquest control. The region control. Oh, Shadow, I will come back to Windurst before I go to bed, so that I can give you a link pearl. That way you'll be able to easily communicate with our little guild, our community. I can give you some starting money and stuff too, to help you with buying new gear and weapons as you level. Party disbanded. Vaughn is trading me. What are you giving me? What are we doing? Or am I supposed to give you something? What's happening? How do I give you your thing back? What thing? The armor I gave you? Oh, don't worry about that. You can keep it. You can keep it. let me change jobs. Go back over to Beastmaster. And Black Mage. And warp into Juno. So I can teleport to Selbina. So I can teleport to Windurst. Just been running around and figuring out controls. That's definitely a lot of like day one Final Fantasy XI. Getting everything configured. Getting all of the add-ons and stuff that you want to use set up. Getting your interface set up. Getting used to just moving and controlling the camera and targeting and interacting with things. Getting used to all of the menus, because this game is just menus after menus after menus after sub-menus. Yeah, with crystals, once we start getting everybody through their missions, you're gonna need to trade crystals to gate guards to level up your rank to unlock like the next missions that you can do. So you're gonna want to save some crystals for that, and then if you plan on doing any crafting, it's worth saving some crystals. But otherwise, if you want to just sell them, you can sell them. Not a big deal. I forgot Saruta's not even owned. It's owned by fucking Bastock. Oh well. Let's see. What did you say you're in? SHV. Shadow is in Windurst Woods. I'm on my way. Yeah, have a good night, Vaughn. I hope you're enjoying the game. You got a good taste of the legitimate Final Fantasy XI experience tonight. The long journey, the boat ride, dying on the boat, getting into an actual party, and grinding out experience. Good night. It was a good evening. Got a lot done. A lot of progress. All right, Shadow. I'm going to need you to tell me where you are. You can open up the map and just kind of look at where you are and let me know if you're near any of these particular things, and I can come and find you. You're by Leviathan's Gate? Perfect. Hey, there you are. And you found Salele, so you're going through the tutorial stuff. Very good. So Shadow, I'm going to trade you. You just need to hit the minus key on your number pad, open up your main menu, go down to where it says trade. And then accept the trade. There we go. I'm going to give you some money and a link pearl. And then just hit OK on your little trade window. Trade complete. So now what you're going to want to do is hit that minus key to open up your menu again, and third option from the bottom where it says link shell. Just go in and select the link shell and then select equip. And that's going to let you be in our link shell. So that way you can easily communicate with everybody from our community. And then to type in the link shell, you can press F1 to target yourself. Hit enter to bring up the mini menu. Select chat. And then hit right. And then select link shell. And then your default way of chatting will be in the link shell. And you'll know you're typing in the link shell when you see your text in green. Still figuring out the controls? That's okay. If I can help explain anything, let me know. I know I'm kind of going through it quickly. F1 is a useful... There's certain keys that are just... You just have to memorize what they are. Like minus key on your number pad. The very top right of your keyboard. For opening up the menus. You see everyone else? Yeah, you've got the pearl equipped. So you're good with that. F1 targets yourself. And then hitting enter brings up this little small menu in the bottom left. And then where it says chat, if you hit the right arrow, like right arrow key on your keyboard, and then select link shell and hit enter. There you go. Good stuff. So now you're set. You're in the link shell. So whenever we're all online, no matter where any of us are or what anybody's doing, anything that we say in the link shell can be seen by everyone else in the link shell. So that way it's easy to organize. If I'm off on the other side of the world fishing and you log in and you're like, hey, I want to level up, I can see that and I can find you and I can get to where you are and come and help. Or whatever you want to decide to do. Or if I'm not online, but you log in and you see somebody else is online in the link shell, by opening up the main menu, hitting link shell and selecting it, and then selecting link list, you can check the list of everybody who's currently online in our link shell and see who's on and where they are. So even if I'm not around, somebody else might be. If you decide to level up or do missions or quests or just need help learning something, how to set something up or what certain controls are. And then I'm going to be trying to share as much information in our channel Discord, in the Horizon 11 channel. I'll try to put as much info there as I can to help people with, like, getting set up. And yeah, have a good night, Hirimi. Thank you for getting back into this game yet again. This is gonna be the time. This is the run. This is the grind to 75 Red Mage for you. You're gonna do it this time. I believe. I believe. You're gonna get to check that off in your life achievement list. Regret not making myself a cat girl. You can make up to 3 characters. So you can also be a cat girl if you decide to go Mithra. Do not wish to cross the cat gods. Yes, this is wise. Is there anything that I can help you out with, Shadow? I feel bad that, like, you went through all the trouble of setting up the game and we weren't around the starting area to help you out. But I don't mind staying up a little bit longer and helping you with stuff if you would like. It's only 5 a.m. I don't need to sleep. Not when I'm getting people addicted to ancient MMOs one at a time. It's okay. Have a few tutorials up on YouTube and the wiki. Was just going to figure it out and do some leveling. That's the best way to approach it. This game, it's got kind of a steep learning curve. It's also very unintuitive. Like, it's a 23-year-old MMO, so there's a lot of stuff with more modern MMOs and with more modern video games in general that this game just does not do. It doesn't cater to that because it is from a time before then. It's from the long ago. So it can be a difficult game to learn and get into, but to me it's very rewarding. It's very fun. Once you start figuring stuff out, it's satisfying to learn stuff, to me, and figure out how things work and apply that to the actual process of playing the game. And because it's kind of a struggle to really do much of anything in this game, it makes the moments when you do accomplish things feel very rewarding. But yeah, it is kind of a lot of learning. As said, I'll be around to try to help out as much as I can. Anytime I'm online, just let me know. Just talk in Link Shell or in stream chat if I'm live. And if you come across any questions, if anything weird comes up that you need help with, just let us know in the Horizon channel in our stream Discord. That way, even if I'm not streaming or anything, I can still try to like help and answer questions and stuff like that. But you got this. I believe in you. But I'm going to go log out and go to bed. Have a good night, Hirimi. I didn't level you. You leveled you. You made the run. You rode the boat. You died to a giant squid. You did your best to heal a tank that just refused to ever stop pulling enemies. And deaths were very minimal. You played your job. You did the things. You leveled up. Only 2 deaths from a tank that's playing like that guy was is honestly really good. That's way above average for Valkyrim Dunes parties. Way above average. Especially since the tank is the only one who died. He's the only one who paid the price for getting overzealous with pulls. Nobody else had to pay for it, so that's always good. It's always a shame when, you know, somebody plays like that and then like the white mage gets killed. Like that's the shit that really feels bad. When you die to somebody else's mistake. But no, that was a really good party. Also a really good, like, almost 9-hour stream. I got some fishing done. Made a little bit of money. Helped some friends. Got some new people into the game. But thank you guys. Thank you all so much for being here. Everybody who's been playing, everybody who's been joining, everybody who's been watching. Anytime I stream, anything outside of what I'm used to, like anything outside of Silent Hill and horror and kind of what my channel's known for, I never expect anybody to want to stick around and watch, let alone participate. And it means a lot to me. Those of you who did stick around and just chill and enjoy the stream when I'm playing stuff that's like very outside of the typical stuff that I stream. So thank you guys very, very much. Seriously, it means a lot to me. And thanks everybody who supported the subs and resubs. A lot of big raids. 3Dog, Velner, Catlink, which reminds me, I need to follow Velner and go and check them out. Start looking into more of these Final Fantasy XI community people on Twitch. Maybe I should learn how to repair items. That would be woodworking. At the very least, repairing fishing rods. You would need to level up the woodworking craft. To start woodworking, you would need to join the Woodworking Guild, which is in Sandoria. It's very, very far from Windurst, but if it's something that you want to do, I will absolutely help you get there and join the guild and start woodworking if that's what you want to do. I'm down to help everybody do anything they want to do in this game. Yeah, it's a bit far. Sandoria is a bit far, but as I said, I can escort you there. It's just a long run, but I can escort you there and get your character set up with the guild. And then once you're set up with the guild, you pretty much get all your materials and stuff through the auction house anywhere. So you can come back to Windurst and work on it there. You just have to go back to Sandoria whenever you need to level up your rank in that skill, which is like every 8 levels or 10 levels after 8 or something like that. Made the mistake of starting in Sandoria? You can start wherever you want. We'll make it work. As I said, I don't care what people do. I'm just glad people are getting into this game and willing to give it a try, because I love this game. Only place to be is Bestock. Man, fuck Bestock. They took over Saruta. You and your Galkas. How dare you? Our sacred land. Bestock number 1. Alright, it's time to go to bed. The Bestock lovers are coming out of the woodwork. These first-time chatters. Can you believe it? Alright, you guys. This was a really fun stream. Thank you all so much. I really, really do appreciate everyone being here. I'm enjoying getting back into this game again, so... I'll be back tomorrow. I'm not sure when. Keep an eye on the Discord. I'll do a going live post whenever I'm up and ready to go, but... I'll be back tomorrow, and we'll probably just be playing some more 11. I'm digging it right now, and there's not really anything else currently that I want to switch over to and play. I said, eventually I'll get to Resident Evil Requiem. Obviously, we'll still do some Silent Hill at some point. And whatever other stuff may come up. But I don't know. I'm just really feeling the comfy Final Fantasy XI streams lately. So thank you guys for being around and being a part of them. Let me go find someone I can raid. And then I can go to bed. Maxie still going? Maxie is still going. Speaking of Resident Evil Requiem, Maxie's still grinding out the Insanity speed run. So we're going to go raid my boy Maxie Lobes. If you do not want Resident Evil Requiem spoilers, feel free to dip out right now. But if you're down to watch an absolute world-class speedrunner and super chill dude, Mr. Maxie Lobes, do some Insanity speedrun attempts, definitely go check him out. Show him some love. Drop him a follow if you're not already following. Maxie's a legend and a very, very good friend of mine, so yeah. But otherwise, I'll see y'all tomorrow. Till then, be good to yourselves. Be good to each other. Much love. Peace.